Ladies and gentlemen,
seekers of the stage,
denizens of the dramatic,
refugees from reality,
creatures of all heights, hues, and humors,
welcome to What Streams May Come, presented by Chaotic Tiefling Productions.
Tonight, Our Lady of Shadows is taking a long rest as she recovers from some much-needed care. So for one night only, I am pleased to host at the very same table, alongside the frenzied fireball fanatic, the chaotic tiefling herself, our on-screen oracle, Babs the Bat.
Oh hey, that's me. And I'm excited to join alongside the boisterous, bacchanalian, baron of banter, Finnegan Archer, the Bloodhaven Bard.
Tonight, we bring you a Shakespeare play, performed by thespians driven out of the stage lights by the perils of our present pandemic, leaving us without a place to perform our craft.
And as we have done in Season 1, Finn and Jess have chosen one of Shakespeare's plays and made an open call to performers.
What's unique about these readings is, aside from choosing the show, the casting is completely random. Through the magic of spreadsheet randomizers, every actor has an equal chance of being paired with any role, regardless of age, gender, or other considerations.
And as you will see, this often makes for hilarious interpretations of the characters, or may provide a new spin on what you may have seen done in live theater.
Tonight's performance will be Love's Labor's Lost. To bring you this story, we have welcomed to the stream a talented troupe of troubadours. Players, as I call out tonight's cast of characters, please introduce yourself and say hello to our lovely audience. Tonight, playing Byron, we have...
Hello, everybody. It is I, Goblin Katie.
Welcome back. Who's jacking my style right now, by the way?
Jacking your style.
Yeah.
Finn was completely my inspiration for tonight.
Oh my God.
Oh you. All right. Bringing you an interpretation of Shakespeare's Ferdinand, we have...
Hello, I am your king this evening, and you may call me Jess. The other Jess.
The other Jess.
The other Jess.
We have a Jessica and a Jess. This is the Jess.
I'm the Jess.
All right. Bringing you Don Adriano de Armado.
What's up, everybody? I'm Bobbin.
Loving everything that's happening right on you right now, Bob. Tonight, playing Costard for you.
Hey, yo, it's Sarah B. Strange. What's up?
Strange Tops 2.
Hey!
Strange too.
Oh, man. Double strange. All right, playing the Princess of France, we have...
Hi, I'm Angela. I'm new. You can call me Angie P, whichever one floats your boat.
Welcome in, Angie. Very pleased to have you tonight. Bringing you Boyer. There he is.
Hey!
Bonsoir, my friends and fiends.
Oh.
I am still the old dragon, even though I have an outrageous accent.
Okay, well, before you can taunt me a second time, I will move on to the performer bringing us Moth.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lorelai. I'll be playing Moth tonight. I'm excited.
Very much so. Thank you for coming back, Lorelai. Bringing you yet another Rosaline from Shakespeare's catalog.
Hey everybody, I'm Ellie Collins. I'm so excited to be back doing this show again.
Always a pleasure to have you, Ellie.
Person.
And next up, we have, bringing you, Dumaine.
My idea.
Hello, I'm Celine, and I'll be bringing you Dumaine.
Thank you so much, Celine. We then have Holofernes.
I hope we said that right.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
But I'm
Cool.
Trieste, and I'll totally be playing that guy. Really happy to be back.
It's either Holofernes or the other way I was going to pronounce it sounded like a furnace that wasn't there, the hollow furnace. But
I was thinking Hello Fernies, but I...
Do it. You do you. Because it is you.
I might change it up throughout the whole thing. I don't know.
That would be
He doesn't even know how to say his own name.
the best
It
running
makes
gag.
sense.
Exactly.
All right, bringing you Longueville tonight, we have...
Hi, everybody. I'm Origami Shuriken.
Very nice to have you on stream tonight, Origami.
Thank you.
Portraying Catherine for you this evening, we are joined by...
Bonsoir, mon ami. Je m'appelle Dean.
Enchanté, mademoiselle. Woo! All right, anyways, caught us off guard with that one. Thank you, Gleam. Next up, bringing you Maria tonight, we have...
Dear Maria, count me in. You have Casey Williams, the adjunct GM.
What is amazing, I know you made the Maria Count Me In reference, but earlier, this part was originally filled by one of our other performers who had to go handle a family emergency today. Everyone's doing fine. Everyone's doing great. But I was scrambling to fill this role, so I was trying to solve a problem like Maria.
You thought you were rid of me.
I thought so. I thought so.
Finn, no.
Finn, yes.
Finn, yes. Always Finn, yes. All right, then bringing you mini roles tonight, Jaquinetta, First Lord, Forrester, and Mercedes.
Good evening. And I'm Mama Strange.
Yes, you are! 3 Stranges. Triple Strange tonight. Once, twice, 3 times a Strange. Ah, I'm loving it tonight. Trifecta of Strange. Next up, bringing you Sir Nathaniel, we have...
Hi, everybody. It's Nikki, and I'll be playing Sir Nathaniel.
Yes.
Love it, Nikki. And last but not least, playing the good Constable Dull, we have...
Hey, I'm Brian Clements. I'll be playing Dull.
I'm sure that performance will not be dull, though.
The only time we can ever call Brian dull is this evening.
And only by name.
And only by name.
So. All right. As always, the best part of our show is you, dear audience. Please let us know how you're liking it in the chat and share those comments that you would normally get shushed for in a live theater. Our performers may even join in the dialogue, along with Finn and myself. We do humbly ask that you keep it respectful, but please feel free to make jokes, talk about the characters or the plot, compliment our actors, and maybe be a little bit bawdy.
I mean, it's Billy Shakes we're doing here, so we'd be doing him a disservice if we shied away from the puns, quips, and especially the innuendos. However, we do have moderators watching our chat, so please be kind to each other and to the actors on your screen.
And with that said, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And without further ado, let us to places for Act 1, Scene 1 of Love's Labour's Lost.
Let fame, that all hunt after in their lives, live registered upon our brazen tombs, and then grace us in the disgrace of death. When, spite of cormorant devouring time, the endeavour of this present breath may buy that honour which shall bait his scythe's keen edge and make us heirs of all eternity. Therefore, brave conquerors, for so you are, the war against your own affections and the huge army of the world's desires, our late edict shall strongly stand in force. Navarre shall be the wonder of the world. Our court shall be a little academe, still and contemplative in living art. You 3, Byron, Dumaine, and Longueville, have sworn for 3 years' term to live with me, my fellow scholars, and to keep those statutes that are recorded in this schedule here. Your oaths are passed, and now subscribe your names, that his own hand may strike his honour down that violates the smallest branch herein. If you are armed to do as sworn to do, subscribe to your deep oaths and keep it too.
I am resolved. 'Tis but a 3 years fast. The mind shall banquet, though the body pine. Fat paunches have lean pates, and dainty bits make rich the ribs, but bankrupt quite the wits.
My loving Lord Dumaine is mortified. The grosser manner of these world's delights he throws upon the world's baser slaves. To love, to wealth, to pomp, I pine and die with all these living in philosophy.
Goblin Katie.
Oh, we have our Goblin Katie.
Oh, Goblin Katie, we love you so much.
It's not a show unless I forget to unmute.
It's not. I would have been disappointed, to be honest.
I can but say their protestation over. So much, dear liege, I have already sworn. That is to live and study here 3 years. But there are other strict observances, as not to see a woman in that term, which I hope well is not enrolled there. And 1 day in a week to touch no food, and but 1 meal on every day beside, which I hope is not enrolled there. And then to sleep but 3 hours in the day, and not be seen to wink all the day, when I was wont to think no harm all night, and make dark night too half the day, which I hope is well not enrolled there. Oh, these are barren tasks, too hard to keep. Not to see ladies, study, fast, not sleep.
Your oath is passed to pass away from these.
Let me say no, my liege, and if you please, I only swore to study with your grace, and to stay here in your court 3 years' space.
You swore to that, Byron, and to the rest.
By yea and nay, sir, then I swore in jest. What is the end of study? Let me know.
Why, that to know, which else we should not know.
Things hid and barred, you mean, from common sense?
Aye, that is study's godlike recompense.
Come on, then. I will swear to study so, to know the thing I am forbid to know, and thus to study where I well may dine, when I to feast expressly am forbid, or to study where to meet some mistresses fine, when mistresses from common sense are hid, or having sworn too hard a keeping oath, study to break it, and not break my troth. If study's gain be thus and this be so, study knows that which it yet doth not know. Swear to me this, and I will ne'er say no.
These be the stops that hinder study quite, and train our intellects to vain delight.
Ah, why all delights are vain. But that most vain, which with pain purchase doth inherit pain, as painfully to pore upon a book to seek the light of truth, while truth the while doth falsely blind the eyesight of his look, light-seeking light doth light of light beguile. So, ere you find where light in darkness lies, your light grows dark by losing of your eyes. Study me how to please the eye indeed by fixing it upon a fairer eye, who dazzling so that eye shall be his heed, and give him light that it was blinded by. Study is like the heaven's glorious sun, that will not be deep searched with saucy looks. Small have continual plotters ever won, save base authority from other books. These earthly godfathers of heaven's light that give a name to every fixed star have no more profit of their shining nights than those that walk and wot not what they are. To know too much is to know not but fame, and every godfather can give a name.
How well he's read to reason against reading.
Seeded well to stop all good proceeding.
He weeds the corn and still lets grow the weeding.
Ah, the spring is near when green geese are a-breeding.
How follows that?
Fit in his place and time.
In reason, nothing.
Something then in rhyme.
Byron is like an envious, sneaping frost that bites the firstborn infants of the spring.
Wah! Say I am. Why should proud summer boast before the birds have any cause to sing? And why should I joy in any abortive birth? At Christmas, I no more desire a rose than wish a snow in May's newfangled mirth. But like each thing that in season grows, so you to study now is too late. Come o'er the house to unlock the little gate.
Well, sit you out. Go home, Byron. Adieu.
No, my good lord, I have sworn to stay with you. And though I have for barbarism spoke more than for that angel knowledge you can say, yet confident I'll keep what I have swore and bide the penance of each 3 years' day. Give me the paper, let me read the same, and to the strict decrees I'll write my name.
How well this yielding rescues thee from shame.
Item, that no woman shall come within a mile of my court. Hath this been proclaimed?
4 days ago.
Well, let's see the penalty. On pain of losing her tongue. Who devised this penalty?
Marry, that did I.
Sweet lord, and why?
To fright them hence with that dread penalty.
A dangerous law against gentility. Item, if any man be seen to walk with a woman within the term of 3 years, he shall endure such public shame as the rest of the court can possibly devise. Oh, this article, my liege, yourself must break. For well you know, here comes in embassy the French king's daughter with yourself to speak, a maid of grace and complete majesty, about to surrender up of Aquitaine to her decrepit, sick, and bedrid father. Therefore, this article is made in vain, or vainly comes the admired princess hither.
Ugh. What say you, lords? Why, this was quite forgot.
So, study evermore is overshot. While it doth study to have what it would, it doth forget to do the thing it should. And when it hath the thing it hunteth most, 'tis won as towns with fire, so won, so lost.
We must of force dispense with this decree. She must lie here on mere necessity.
Oh, necessity will make us all forsworn 3,000 times within 3 years' space. For every man with his affections is born, not by might mastered, but by special grace. If I break faith, this word shall speak for me. I am forsworn on mere necessity. So to the laws at large I write my name. And he that breaks in them the last decree stands in attainder of eternal shame. Suggestions are to others as to me, but I believe, although I seem so loath, I am the last man that will keep his oath. But is there no quick recreation granted?
Aye, that there is. Our court, you know, is haunted with a refined traveller of Spain, a man in all the world's new fashion planted, that hath a mint of phrases in his brain, one whom the music of his own vain tongue doth ravish like enchanting harmony, a man of compliments, whom right and wrong have chose as umpire of their mutiny. This child of fancy, that Armado hight, for interim to our studies shall relate in high-born words the worth of many a knight from tawny Spain lost in the world's debate. How you delight, my lords, I know not I, but I protest I love to hear him lie, and I will use him for my minstrelsy.
Armado is a most illustrious right, a man of fire new words, fashion's own knight.
Castard the swain, and he shall be our sport, and so to study 3 years is but short.
Which is the Duke's own person?
This fellow. What wouldst?
I myself represent his own person, for I am his Grace's Farborough, but I would see his own person in flesh and blood.
This is he.
Signor Arme, commend you. There's villainy abroad. This letter will tell you more.
Sir, the contempts thereof are as touching me.
A letter from the magnificent Armado.
How low soever the matter, I hope in God for high words.
I hope for a low heaven. God grant us patience.
To hear or forbear laughing?
To hear meekly, sir, and to laugh moderately, or to forbear both.
Well, sir, be it as the style shall give us cause to climb in the merriness.
The matter is to me, sir, as concerning Jacanetta. The manner of it is I was taken with the manner.
In what manner?
In manner and form following, sir, all those three. I was seen with her in the manor house, sitting with her upon the form, and taken following her into the park, which put together is in manner and form following. Now, sir, for the manner, it is the manner of a man to speak to a woman. For the form, in some form.
For the following, sir?
As it shall follow in my correction, and God defend the right.
Will you hear this letter with attention?
As we would hear an oracle.
Such is the simplicity of man to hearken after the flesh.
Great Deputy, the Welkin's vicegerent and sole dominator of Navarre, my soul's earth's god and body's fostering patron.
Not a word of costard yet.
So it is.
It may be so, but if he say it is so, he is in telling true, but so.
Peace.
Be to me and every man that dares not fight.
No words.
Of other men's secrets, I beseech you.
So it is, besieged with sable-coloured melancholy, I did commend the black oppressing humour to the most wholesome physic of thy health-giving air, and as I am a gentleman, betook myself to walk, the time when, about the 6th hour, when beasts most graze, birds best peck, and men sit down to that nourishment which is called supper. So much for the time when. Now for the ground which I mean I walked upon, it is yclept thy park. Then for the place where I mean I did encounter that obscene and preposterous event that draweth from my snow-white pen the ebon-coloured ink, which here thou viewest, beholdest, surveyest, or seest, but to the place where it standeth north-northeast, and by east from the west corner of thy curious knotted garden, there did I see that low-spirited swain, that base minnow of thy mirth.
Me?
The unlettered, small-knowing soul.
Me.
That shallow vassal.
Still me.
Which, as I remember, hight custard.
Oh, me.
Sorted and consorted, contrary to thy established proclaimed edict and continent canon, with this I passion to say wherewith.
With a wench.
With a child of our grandmother Eve, a female, or for thy more sweet understanding, a woman. Him I, as my ever-esteemed duty pricks me on, have sent to thee, to receive the meed of punishment by thy sweet grace's officer Anthony Dull, a man of good repute, carriage-bearing, and estimation.
Me, and it please you, sir, I am Anthony Dull.
For Jacanetta, so is the weaker vessel called, which I apprehended with the aforesaid swain, I keep her as a vessel of the law's fury, and shall at the least of thy sweet notice bring her to trial. Thine in all compliments of devoted and heart-burning heat of duty, Adriano de Amardo.
This is not so well as I looked for, but the best that I have ever heard.
Aye, the best for the worst. But, sirrah, what say you to this?
Sir, I confess the wench.
Did you hear the proclamation?
I do confess much of the hearing it, but little of the marking of it.
It was proclaimed a year's imprisonment to be taken with a wench.
I was taken with none, sir. I was taken with a damsel.
Well, it was proclaimed damsel.
This was no damsel neither, sir. She was a virgin.
It is so varied, too, for it was proclaimed virgin.
If it were that I deny her virginity, I was taken with a maid.
This maid will not serve your turn, sir.
This maid will serve my turn, sir.
Sir, I will pronounce your sentence. You shall fast a week with bran and water.
I'd rather pray a month with mutton and porridge.
And Don Armado shall be your keeper. My Lord Byron, see him delivered, or and go we, lords, to put in practice that which each to other hath so strongly sworn.
I'll lay my head to any good man's hat. These oaths and laws will prove an idle scorn. Sirrah, come on.
I suffer for the truth, sir. For true it is, I was taken with Jackanetta, and Jackanetta is a true girl, and therefore welcomed a sour cup of prosperity. Affliction may one day smile again. Until then, sit thee down, sorrow.
And that's the end of Act 1, Scene 1. And we're on to Act 1, Scene 2.
Yeah, we are.
Boy, what sign is it when a man of great spirit grows melancholy?
Great sign, sir, that he will look sad.
Why, sadness is one and the self-same thing, dear imp.
No. Oh, Lord, sir, no.
How canst thou part sadness and melancholy, my tender juvenile?
By a familiar demonstration of the working, my tough senior.
Why tough senior? Why tough senior?
Why tender juvenile? Why tender juvenile?
I spoke it, tender juvenile, as a congruent epitheton appertaining to thy young days, which we may nominate tender.
And I, tough senior, as an appurtenant title to your old time, which we may name tough?
Pretty and apt.
How mean you, sir? I pretty, and my saying apt, or I apt, and my saying pretty?
Thou pretty, because little.
Little pretty, because little, wherefore apt?
And therefore apt, because quick.
Speak you this in my praise, master?
In thy condign praise?
I will praise an eel with the same praise.
What, that an eel is ingenious?
That an eel is quick.
I do say thou art quick in answers. Thou heatest my blood.
I am answered, sir.
I love not to be crossed.
He speaks the may contrary, crosses love not him.
I have promised to study 3 years with the Duke.
You may do it in an hour, sir.
Impossible.
How many is one thrice told?
I am ill at reckoning. It fitteth the spirit of a tapster.
You are a gentleman and a gamester, sir.
I confess both. They are both the varnish of a complete man.
Then, I am sure, you must know how much the gross sum of deuce ace amounts to.
It doth amount to one more than two.
Which the base vulgar do call 3.
True.
Why, sir, is this such a piece of study? Now, here it is 3 studied, you'll twice wink, and how easy it is to put years to the word 3, and study 3 years in 2 words, the dancing horse will tell you.
A most fine figure.
To prove you a cipher.
I will hereupon confess, I am in love, and as it is base for a soldier to love, so am I in love with a base wench. If drawing my sword against the humour of affection would deliver me from the reprobate thought of it, I would take Desire prisoner, and ransom him to any French courtier for a new devised curtsy. I think scorn to sigh. Methinks I should outswear Cupid. Comfort me, boy. What great men have been in love?
Hercules, master.
Most sweet Hercules. More authority, dear boy. Name more. And sweet, my child, let them be good men of good repute and carriage.
Samson, master. He was a man of good carriage, great carriage, for he carried the town gates on his back like a porter, and he was in love.
Oh, well-knit Samson. Strong-jointed Samson. I do excel thee in my rapier as much as thou didst me in carrying gates. I am in love, too. Who is Samson's love, dear moth?
Woman, master.
Of what complexion?
Of all the 4, or the 3, or the 2, or one of the 4.
Tell me precisely of what complexion.
Of the seawater green, sir.
Is that one of the 4 complexions?
As I have read, sir, and the best of them, too.
Green, indeed, is the colour of lovers. But to have a love of that colour! Methinks Samson had small reason for it. He surely affected her for her wit.
It was so, sir, for she had a green wit.
My love is most immaculate, white and red.
Most immaculate thoughts, master, are masked under such colours.
Define, well-educated infant.
My father's wit and my mother's tongue assist me.
Sweet invocation of a child, most pretty and pathetical.
If she be made of white and red, her faults will ne'er be known. For blushing cheeks by faults are bred, and fears by pale white shown. Then if she fear, or be to blame, by this you shall not know. For still her cheeks possess the same, which native she doth owe. A dangerous rhyme, master, against the reason of white and red.
Is there not a ballad, boy, of the king and the beggar?
The world was very guilty of such a ballad some 3 ages since, but I think now it is not to be found. Or if it were, it would serve neither for the writing nor the tune.
I will have that subject newly writ o'er, that I may example my digression by some mighty precedent. Boy, I do love that country girl that I took in the park with the rational hind costard. She deserves well.
To be whipped, and yet a better lover than my master.
Sing, boy, my spirit grows heavy in love.
And that's a great marvel, loving a light wench.
I say sing.
Forbear till this company be past.
Sir, the Duke's pleasure is that you keep Custard safe, and you must suffer him to take no delight nor no penance, but I must fast 3 days a week. For this damsel, I must keep her at the park. She is allowed for the day, woman. Fare you well.
I do betray myself with blushing. Maid!
Man?
I will visit thee at the lodge.
That's hereby.
I know where it is situate.
Lord, how wise you are.
I will tell thee wonders.
With that face.
I love thee.
So I heard you say.
And so, farewell.
Fair weather after you.
Come, Jacquinetta, away.
Villain, thou shalt fast for thy offences ere thou be pardoned.
Well, sir, I hope when I do it, I shall do it on a full stomach.
Thou shalt be heavily punished.
I'm more bound to you than your fellows, for they are but lightly rewarded.
Take away this villain. Shut him up.
Come, you transgressing villain, away!
Let me not be pent up, sir. I will fast being loose.
No, sir, that were fast and loose, thou shalt to prison.
Well, if ever I do see the merry days of desolation that I have seen, some shall see.
What shall some see?
Nay, nothing, Master Moth, but what they look upon. It is not for prisoners to be too silent in their words, and therefore I will say nothing. I thank God I have as little patience as another man, and therefore I can be quiet.
I do affect the very ground, which is base, where her shoe, which is baser, guided by her foot, which is basest, doth tread. I shall be forsworn, which is a great argument of falsehood if I love. And how can that be true love, which is falsely attempted? Love is a familiar, love is a devil. There's no evil angel but love. Yet was Samson so tempted, and he had an excellent strength. Yet was Solomon so seduced, and he had a very good wit. Cupid's butt shaft was too hard for Hercules' club, and therefore too much odds for a Spaniard's rapier. The first and second cause will not serve my turn. The passado he respects not, the duello he regards not. His disgrace is to be called boy, but his glory is to subdue men. Adieu, valor, rust, rapier, be still, drum, for your manager's in love. Yea, he loveth. Assist me, some extemporal god of rhyme, for I'm sure I shall turn sonnet. Devise wit, write pen, for I am for whole volumes in folio.
Well, that's the end of Act 1. Ending it on Cupid's butt shaft.
I had to practice that line like 3 times before I didn't laugh.
No, I don't think I can make a shirt of that one. I don't
No,
think it'll
please
get passed
don't.
by my censors.
So wait, that scene finished on Cupid's butt
Yep,
shaft?
yep, it did. That act finished on Cupid's butt shaft.
I love all of you and everything you do.
So much.
Every time you show up.
We love you too.
I'm loving this boys club that's just like, yeah, we could totally not, no ladies, 3 years, we got this, we can totally. Byron's
like it's hard.
Byron's the only one keeping it real.
I'm just saying. A man has, passion.
People have needs. People have needs.
It's fine. It's cool. It's fine.
You might think it's not.
This.
You might think it's not hard, but give it a while, and it's gonna be hard.
Oh, is it now?
Really?
0 to hero.
Trying to fight that so much.
We're still doing phrasing?
Phrasing's still a thing.
Yes, always.
All we do here is phrasing. Let's be honest.
With that face, of course phrasing.
Of course.
Whew. Okay.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of phrasing.
Yes, there is. So we have set up just all the scenarios that are designed to go wrong here. So, are you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Are you guys ready? Okay, we'll take your silence and thumbs up as we're moving on to Act 2.
I'm sorry, I was saying let's
Okay.
do it, but I was not on the window.
I'm ready.
Everybody drink.
All right.
Forsooth.
Oh, forsooth.
This isn't water.
Places for Act 2, Scene 1.
Now, madam, summon up your dearest spirits and consider who the king your father sends, to whom he sends, and what's his embassy. Yourself, held precious in the world's esteem, to parley with the sole inheritor of all perfections that a man may owe. Matchless never! The plea of no less weight than Aquitaine, a dowry for a queen. Be now as prodigal of all dear grace as nature was in making graces dear, when she did starve the general world beside, and prodigally gave them all to you.
Oh, good Lord, Boyer, my beauty, though but mean, needs not the painted flourish of your praises. Beauty is bought by the judgment of the eye, not uttered by base sales of chapmen's tongues. I am less proud to hear you tell my worth than you much willing to be counted wise in spending your wit in the praise of mine. But now to task the tasker. Good Boyer, you are not ignorant all-telling fame doth noise abroad. Navarre hath made a vow. Till painful study shall outwear 3 years, no woman may approach his silent court. Therefore, to seemeth it a needful course, before we enter his forbidden gates, to know his pleasure, and in that behalf, bold of your worthiness, we single you as our best moving fair solicitor. Tell him the daughter of the King of France, on serious business, craving quick dispatch, importunes personal conference with his grace. Haste, signify so much, while we attend, like humble visaged suitors, his high will.
Proud of employment, willingly I go.
All pride is willing pride, and yours is so. Who are the votaries, my loving lords, that are vow fellows with this virtuous duke?
Lord Longueville is one.
And know you the man?
I know him, madam, at marriage feast between Lord Perigord and the beauteous heir of Jacques Falconbridge, solemnized in Normandy, saw I this Longueville. A man of sovereign parts he is esteemed, well fitted in arts, glorious in arms, nothing becomes him ill that he would well. The only soil of his fair virtue's gloss, if virtue's gloss will stain with any soil, is a sharp wit matched with too blunt a will, whose edge hath power to cut, whose will still wills. It should none spare that come within its power.
Some merry mocking lord belike it so.
They say so most that most his humours know.
Such short-lived wits do wither as they grow. Who are the rest?
The young Domain, a well-accomplished youth, of all that virtue loved for virtue loved. Most power to do most harm, least knowing ill, for he hath wit to make an ill-shaped good, and shape to win grace, though he has no wit. I saw him at the Duke Alencon's once, and much too little of that good I saw is my report to his great worthiness.
Another of these students at that time was there with him, if I have heard the truth. Byron, they call him, but a merrier man, within the limits of becoming mirth. I never spent an hour's talk with all. His eye begets occasion for his wit, for every object that one doth catch. The other turns to a mirth-moving jest, which his fair tongue conceits expositor delivers in such apt and gracious words that aged ears play truant at his tales, and younger hearings are quite ravished, so sweet and voluble is his discourse.
God bless my ladies, are they all in love, that every one of her own hath garnished with such bedicking ornaments of praise?
Here comes Boyer.
Now what admittance, lord?
Navarre had notice of your fair approach, and he and his competitors in oath were all addressed to meet you, gentle lady. Before I came, marry thus much I have learnt. He rather means to lodge you in the field, like one that comes here to besiege his court, then seek a dispensation for his oath, to let you enter his unpeopled house. Here comes Navarre.
Fair princess, welcome to the court of Navarre.
Fair, I give you back again, and welcome I have not yet. The roof of this court is too high to be yours, and welcome to the wide fields too base to be mine.
You shall be welcome, madam, to my court.
I will be welcome, then. Conduct me thither.
Hear me, dear lady, I have sworn an oath.
Our Lady, help my lord, he'll be forsworn.
Not for the world, fair madam, by my will.
Why, will shall break it. Will and nothing else.
Your ladyship is ignorant what it is.
Were my lord so his ignorance were wise, where now his knowledge must prove ignorance. I hear your grace hath sworn out housekeeping. 'Tis deadly sin to keep that oath, my lord, and sin to break it. But pardon me, I am too sudden bold. To teach a teacher ill beseemeth me. Vouchsafe to read the purpose of my coming, and suddenly resolve me in my suit.
Madam, I will, if suddenly I may.
You will the sooner that I were away, for you'll prove perjured if you make me stay.
Go, Katie.
I love you so much.
You had the window up so I would click it.
You
so proud of you.
Queen you.
So proud.
My
I love
patron.
you so much.
Quiet, not mute anymore. Right. Did I not dance with you in Brabant once?
Did not I dance with you in Brabant once?
Oh, I know you did.
How needless was it then to ask the question?
Oh, you must not be so quick.
'Tis long of you that spur me with such questions.
Your wit's too hot. It speeds too fast, 'twill tire.
Not till it weave the rider in its mire.
What time of day?
The hour that fools should ask.
Now fair befall your mask.
Fair fall the face it covers.
And send you many lovers.
Amen, so you be none.
Nay, then I'll be gone.
Madam, your father here doth intimate the payment of 100 crowns, 100,000 crowns, being but the one half of an entire sum disbursed by my father in his wars, but say that he or we, as neither have received that sum, yet there remains unpaid 100,000 more, in surety of which one part of Aquitaine is bound to us, although not valued to the money's worth. If then the king your father will restore but that one half which is unsatisfied, we will give up our right in Aquitaine, and hold fair friendship with his majesty. But that, it seems, he little proposeth. For here he doth demand to have repaid 100,000 crowns, and not demands on payment of 100,000 crowns to have his title of an Aquitaine, which we much rather had depart withal, and have the money by our fatherland, than Aquitaine so gelded as it is. Dear princess, were not his request so far from reason's yielding, your fair self should make a yielding against some reason in my breast, and go well satisfied to France again.
You do the king my father too much wrong, and wrong the reputation of your name, and so unseeming to confess receipt of that which hath so faithfully been paid.
I do protest I never heard of it, and if you prove it, I'll repay it back or yield up Aquitaine.
We arrest your word. Boyer, you can produce acquittances for such a sum from special offers of Charles, his father.
Satisfy me so.
So, please your grace, the packet is not come where that and other specialties are bound. Tomorrow you shall have a sight of them.
It shall suffice me. At which interview all liberal reason I will yield unto. Meantime, receive such welcome at my hand as honor without breach of honor may make tender of to thy true worthiness. You may not come, fair princess, in my gates, but here without you shall be so received as you shall deem yourself lodged in my heart. Though so denied fair harbor in my house, your own good thoughts excuse me, and farewell. Tomorrow we shall visit you again.
Sweet health and fair desires consort your grace.
Thy own wish I thee in every place.
Lady, I will commend you to mine own heart.
Pray you do my commendations. I would be glad to see it.
I would you heard it groan.
Is the fool sick?
Sick at the heart.
Alack, let it blood.
Oh, would that do it good?
My psychic says I.
Will you pricked with your eye?
No point with my knife.
God save thy life.
And yours from long living.
I cannot stay. Thanksgiving. Sir, I pray you, a word. What lady is that same?
The heir of Alencon, Catherine her name.
A gallant lady. Monsieur, farewell.
I beseech you, a word. What is she in the white?
A woman sometimes, and you saw her in the light.
Perchance light in the light. I desire her name.
She hath but one for herself. To desire that were a shame.
Pray you, sir, whose daughter?
Her mother's, I have heard.
God's blessings on your bird.
Good sir, be not offended. She is an heir of Falconbridge.
Nay, my color is ended. She is a most sweet lady.
Not unlike, sir, that may be.
What's her name in the cap?
Rosaline, by good hap.
Is she wedded or no?
To her will, sir, or no.
Ah. You are welcome, sir. Adieu.
Farewell to me, sir, and welcome to you.
That last is Byron, the merry madcap lord. Not a word with him but a jest.
And every jest but a word.
It was well done of you to take him at his word.
I was as willing to grapple as he was to board.
Two hot sheeps marry.
And wherefore not ships? No ships with lamb unless we feed on your lips.
You sheep, and I pasture. Shall I finish this jest?
So you grant pasture for me?
Not so, gentle beast. My lips are no common, though several they be.
Belonging to whom?
To my fortunes and me.
Good wits will be jangling, but gentles agree. The civil war of wits were much better used on Navarre and his bookmen, for here 'tis abused.
If by my observation, which very seldom lies, by the heart still rhetoric disclosed with eyes, deceive me not now, Navarre is infected.
With what?
With that which we lovers entitle affected.
Your reason?
Why, all his behaviors did make their retire to the court of his eye, peeping through desire. His heart like an agate, with your print impressed, proud with his form, in his eye pride expressed. His tongue all impatient to speak and not see, did stumble with haste, in his eyesight to be. All senses to that sense did make their repair, to feel only looking on fairest of fair. Methought all his senses were locked in his eye, as jewels in crystal for some prince to buy, who, tendering their own worth from where they were glassed, did point you to buy them along as you passed. His face's own margent did quote such amazes, that all eyes saw his eyes enchanted with gazes. I'll give you Aquitaine and all that is his, and you give him for my sake but one loving kiss.
Come to our pavilion. Boyer is disposed.
Oh, but to speak that in words with his eye hath disclosed. I only have made a mouth of his eye by adding a tongue which I know will not lie.
Thou art an old love-monger and speakest skillfully.
He is Cupid's grandfather, and learns news from him.
Then was Venus like her mother, for her father is but grim?
Do you hear, my mad wenches?
Oh, no.
What then do you see?
Aye, our way to be gone.
Oh, you are too hard for me.
Well, Act 2 got real thirsty real fast.
Yeah, I think someone was putting salt in all of that party's food.
Did you see that hot chick, though?
I wouldn't
all
look at
those hot
nobody.
chicks.
She's
all those hot
all
chicks.
of them.
She's smart!
If you slip me at 20, I will give you her name.
Hot sheets
Here's
indeed.
40.
Dragon,
No.
I have something to inform you of. A friend of mine that doesn't have Twitch wants me to tell you that your accent is incredible.
Oh,
Isn't it though? It is though.
It is?
And
Okay,
Boyer is the ultimate blocker. Let's just say, like, everyone's like, could you get me information? Yeah, her information is none of your business. Go away.
I love the fact that he gave Byron the information because he knows it's not going to do him any good anyways.
He just wants to see this happen.
Right?
Let's just see how this goes.
He's like, oh, this will be fun.
We're just gonna take
Dragon
these three
wants
over here and these three over here, and let's just do some science.
Byron, I would like to seduce the Rosaline. Boyer, you can certainly try.
Roll persuasion.
How do you want to do this?
No, I'm
Dragon
hearing
once again playing the
I'm
bard.
hearing Hamilton music in my head, and these guys just like, hey, 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 hey.
Hey.
It isn't a question of which or who, sir, which one.
Exactly.
all right. Are we ready to move on to Act 3?
Oh, we might as well.
We might as well.
So places for Act 3 scene only.
Yes.
Warble, child. Make passionate my sense of hearing.
Uncle Lionel? Quand Colinette fait soir l'amour avec sa toque de velours. Quand Colinette fait soir l'amour avec sa toque de velours. Et sa belle jaquette qui n'a dit Collinette, mon ami, et sa belle jaquette, vrai Dieu qu'il est joli. Et là, Guillaume, sur la vert, sur le gris, sur le jaune, et là, Guillaume, t'irais te mourir. Collinette s'en va pour mener avec sa maîtresse du clair. Collinette s'en va pour mener avec sa maîtresse du clair. Pour ses dernières carrières, qui n'a dit Collinette, mon ami, pour ses dernières arrières, est-il pas ben joli? Et là, Guillaume, sur la vert, sur le gris, sur le jaune, et là, Guillaume, t'irais te mourir.
Sweet air. Go, tenderness of years. Take this key. Give enlargement to the swain. Bring him festinately hither. I must employ him in a letter to my love.
Master, will you win your love with a French brawl?
What meanest thou, brawling in French?
No, my complete master, but to jig off a tune at the tongue's end, canary to it with your feet, humor it with turning up your eyelids, sigh a note, and sing a note. Sometimes through the throat, as if you swallowed love with singing love, sometimes through the nose, as if you snuffed up love by smelling love, and with your hat penthouse-like o'er the shop of your eyes, with your arms crossed on your thin belly doublé like a rabbit on a spit, or your hands in your pocket like a man after the old painting, and keep not too long in one tune, but snipping away. These are compliments, these are humours, these betray nice wenches that would be betrayed without these, and make them men of note. Do you note me? That most are affected to these.
How hast thou purchased this experience?
By my penny of observation.
But oh.
The hobby horse is forgot.
Callest thou my love a hobby horse?
No, master. The hobby horse is but a colt, and your love perhaps a hackney, but have you forgot your love?
Almost I had.
Negligent student, learn her by heart.
By heart and in heart, boy.
And out of heart, master. All those three I will prove.
What wilt thou prove?
A man, if I live, and this by in and without. Upon the instant, by heart you love her, because your heart cannot come by her. In heart you love her, because your heart is in love with her. And out of heart you love her, being out of heart, that you cannot enjoy her.
I am all these three.
And 3 times as much more, and yet nothing at all.
Fetch hither the swain, he must carry me a letter.
A message well sympathized, a horse to be ambassador for an ass.
What sayest thou?
Marry, sir, you must send the ass upon the horse, for he is very slow-gaited. But I go.
The way is but short. Away.
As swift as I lead, sir.
The meaning, pretty ingenious. Is not lead a metal, heavy, dull, and slow?
Many me, honest master, or rather, master, no.
I say lead is slow.
You are too swift, sir, to say so. Is that lead slow which is fired from a gun?
Sweet smoke of rhetoric! He reputes me a cannon, and the bullet, that's he. I shoot thee at the swain.
Thump, then, and I flee.
A most acute juvenile, voluble, and free of grace. By thy favour, sweet welkin, I must sigh in thy face. Most rude melancholy, valour gives thee place. My herald is returned.
A wonder, master. He is accosted broken in a shen.
Some enigma, some riddle. Come, thy l'envoy, begin.
No egma, no riddle, no l'envoy. No salve in the mail, sir. Oh, sir, a plantain, a plain plantain. No l'envoy, no salve, sir, but a plantain.
By virtue, thou enforcest laughter. Thy silly thought my spleen, the heaving of my lungs, provokes me to ridiculous smiling. Oh, pardon me, my stars, doth the inconsiderate take salve for l'envoy, and the word l'envoy for a salve?
Do the wise think them other? Is not l'envoy a salve?
No, page. It is an epilogue, or discourse, to make plain some obscure precedence that hath tofore been seen. I will example it. The fox, the ape, and the humble-bee were still at odds, being but 3. There's the moral. Now the l'envoy.
I will add the l'envoy. Say the moral again?
The fox, the ape, and the humble-bee were still at odds, being but 3.
Until the goose came out of the door and stayed the odds by adding 4. Now will I begin your moral, and do you follow me with l'envoy? The fox, the ape, and the humble-bee were still at odds, being but 3.
Until the goose came out of door, staying the odds by adding 4.
A good l'envoy ending in the goose. Would you desire more?
The boy hath sold him a bargain. A goose, that's flat. Sir, your pennyworth is good, and your goose be fat. To sell a bargain well is as cunning as fast and loose. Let me see, a fat l'envoy. Aye, that's a fat goose.
Come hither, come hither. How did this argument begin?
By saying that a custard was broken in a shin, then called you for the l'envoy.
True, and I for a plantain. Thus came your argument in. Then the boy's fat l'envoy, the goose that you bought, and he ended the market.
But tell me, how was there a custard broken in a shin?
I will tell you sensibly.
Thou hast no feeling of it, moth. I will speak that l'envoy. I, custard, running out that was safely within, fell over the threshold and broke my shin.
We will talk no more of this matter.
Till there be more matter in the shin.
Sirrah Costard, I will enfranchise thee.
Oh, marry me to one Francis. I smell some l'envoy, some goose in this.
By my sweet soul, I mean setting thee at liberty, and freedoming thee thy person. Thou wert immured, restrained, captivated, bound.
True, true. And now you will be my purgation and let me loose?
I give thee thy liberty, set thee from durance, and in lieu thereof impose on thee nothing but this. Bear this significant to the country-maid Jacknetta. There is remuneration for the best ward of mine honours, rewarding my dependence. Moth, follow.
Like the sequel, I, Signor Costard. Adieu.
My sweet ounce of man's flesh, my Anconi friend. Now, will I look to his remuneration? Remuneration? Oh, that's the Latin word for 3 farthings. 3 farthings, remuneration. What's the price of this ankle? Remuneration, 1 penny. No, I'll give you a remuneration. Why, it carries it. Remuneration. Why, it is a fairer name than French crown. I will never buy and sell out of this word. I can't hear you, sir. I still can't hear you, sir.
We still can't hear you, Goblin.
My good knave Costard! Exceedingly well met.
Pray you, sir, how much carnation ribbon may a man buy for a remuneration?
What is a remuneration?
Marry, sir, halfpenny farthing.
Oh, why? Then 3 farthing worth of silk?
I thank your worship. God be with you.
Stay, slave, I must employ thee. As thou wilt win my favour, good, my knave. Do one thing for me that I shall entreat.
When would you have it done, sir?
This afternoon.
Well, I will do it, sir. Fare you well.
Thou knowest not what it is.
I shall know, sir, when I have done it.
Why, villain, thou must know first.
I will come to your worship tomorrow morning.
It must be done this afternoon. Hark, slave, 'tis but this. The princess comes to hunt here in the park, and in her train there is a gentle lady. When tongues speak sweetly, then they name her name, and Rosaline they call her. Ask for her, and to her white hand see thou do commend this sealed upon counsel. There's thy guardian. Go.
Garden. Oh, sweet garden. Better than remuneration. 11 pence farthing better. Most sweet garden. I will do it, sir, in print. Garden. Remuneration.
Oh, and I, forsooth, in love. I that have been love's whip, a very beetle to a humorous sigh, a critic, nay, a night watch constable, a domineering pendant o'er the boy that whom no mortal so magnificent. This wimpled, whining, purblind, wayward boy, the senior, junior, giant, dwarf, Dan Cupid, regent of love rhymes, lord of folded arms, the anointed sovereign of sighs and groans, liege of all loiterers and malcontents, dread prince of plackets, king of codpieces, sole imperator and great general of trotting parters. Oh, my little heart, and I to be a corporal of his field, to wear his colors like a tumbler's hoop. What? I love, I sue, I seek a wife, a woman that is like a German clock, still repairing, ever out of frame, and never going aright, being a watch, but being watched that it may still go right. Nay, to be perjured, which is worst of all, and among three to love the worst of all, a rightly wanton with a velvet brow, with two pitch balls stuck in her face for eyes. Aye, and by heaven, one that will do the deed, though Argus were her eunuch and her guard, and I to sigh for her, to watch for her, to pray for her. Go to. It is a plague that Cupid will impose for my neglect of his almighty dreadful little might. Well, I will love, write, sigh, pray, sue, and groan. Some men must love my lady, and some Joan.
There we go.
And that's the end of Act 3.
I love everything about Moth. And I'm proud to have done the hat trick that somebody asked for earlier tonight.
You got the hat trick. And it came right after that whole remuneration thing. Remuneration doesn't mean 3 farthings. It means 3 goblin Katies.
It means 3 goblin mutes.
Yep.
There are so many shirts that are coming out of this play.
So many shirts that I'm pretty sure TeePublic will not allow Dragon to make.
And neither will the merch moms.
No.
No, but the butt staff or whatever it was. No,
butt shaft.
No butt shaft.
Butt shaft. Yeah, no.
Do you
might get away with King of Cod Pieces.
Do you think we can sneak in King of Cod Pieces?
No.
Please?
No.
But I would totally do King of Cod Pieces.
That one might be passable, but butt shaft? No.
What I am hearing from all of this is that I need to bust out my Cricut and work on my crafting project. That's what I need to do.
I was about to say I need to find my silhouette and get to work.
Say more words now.
All the
So,
shirts. All the crafts.
Goblin Katie, you and I will
We're
touch
on it.
base.
We're on it.
I love you. I love you guys so much.
Listen,
Now
Dragon.
I have to make.
All I
Babs
need
hates
is a
you,
shirt.
but I love you right now.
I don't hate
We're just gonna make Finn a shirt that says butt shaft. That's all it's gonna be. And
It needs yoga pants that say butt shaft.
Yes, that's it. That's
What are
it.
you
The
saying,
leggings.
Casey?
No. The yoga pants are literally just yoga pants, and they just say shaft on the butt.
I suggest just the Shakespeare shirt you already have. And add a
is
word
that an
bubble
insert here,
that says
though?
haha.
Is that an students are here. And then I have to walk around with a sign that says phrasing.
It would be very encouraging for Shakespeare to just haha butt.
A shirt that says phrasing and shaft on the butt.
Just
that
butts.
sounds perfect.
So
Sounds
much
amazing.
butts.
So to anyone who is watching our show for the first time,
Oh, hi.
welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome.
Here we sing dirty French songs and talk about butts.
Yep.
And may I say that song was amazing.
Yes.
Laurie.
God.
So good.
That was so good.
Yes.
If I had 4 hands, they'd all be snapping.
I mean, like we said, every lady in the show has been officially seduced by Moth. The rest of the gentlemen took, what did we say, 20d20 of psychic damage? They're done. Game over.
Oh no, I think Byron's off too.
I was gonna say, I think we lost some of the men too, and that's fine.
That's fine.
That's
No.
It's
I
hard being
classed
an
into
ace,
bard.
y'all.
Yeah, I classed into bard.
Moth is the bard. Moth is the level 20 bard, and
Moth is drawing the flames.
and he has awoken
We're all
something
flames to
in
the
these
moth.
men.
Look, all I know is I feel like I now have bardic inspiration, and it's not from Shakespeare.
I also feel that way.
Congratulations.
That's what Court of Glamour looks like, yo.
College glamour just happened big time. Yes.
Yep.
So
Standing.
then does that make Costard the bard that's just bad at getting away?
Yes. The bard with the lowest deck score ever.
Costard is the fighter who totally thought he took bard levels.
Oh, you're so right. You're
I was
so
gonna say,
right.
inside of you there are 2 bards. One is Costard and one is Moth.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
All right.
This is normally where we would have taken our intermission because right before or right after Act 3, but this came very early in Billy's career, and so he didn't have his pacing and his balancing all worked out just yet, and we have not really gone through most of the meat of this text. So, tonight, we're just going to keep on rolling.
Word.
And see where we're at.
Yeah.
And we might be breaking halfway through an act because Billy Shakes didn't know how to pace.
And there's a lot of rhyming in this one.
Like he leaned real hard into it on this thing because that's another thing they say that that this came so early in his career he wasn't comfortable getting away from a rhyme scheme.
Yeah. But on to Act 4?
On to Act 4.
All right. Let's do it.
Places for Act 4, Scene 1.
Was that the king that spurred his horse so hard against the steep uprising of the hill?
I know not, but I think it was not he.
Whoever it was showed a morning mind. Well, lords, today we shall have our dispatch. On Saturday we will return to France. Then, Forrester, my friend, where is the bush that we must stand and play the murderer in?
Hereby, upon the edge of yonder coppice, a stand where you may make the fairest shoot.
I think, my beauty, I am fair that shoot, and thereupon thou speakest the fairest spoot.
Pardon me, madam, but I meant not so.
What? First praise me and again say no? Oh, short-lived pride, not fair, alack for woe.
Oh, yes, madam, fair.
Nay, never paint me now, where fair is not, praise cannot mend the brow. Here, good my glass, take this for telling true. Fair payment for foul words is more than due.
Nothing is fair, but fair is that which you inherit.
See, my beauty will be saved by merit. O heresy and fair, fit for these days. A giving hand though foul shall have fair praise. Become the bow, now mercy goes to kill, and shooting well is then accounted ill. Thus will I save my credit in the shoot. Not wounding, pity would not let me do it. If wounding, then it was to show my skill, that more for praise than purpose meant for kill. And out of question so it is sometimes, glory grows guilty of detested crimes. When for fame's sake, for praise, an outward part, we bend to that working of the heart. As I for praise alone now seek to spill the poor dear's blood, that my heart means no ill.
Oh, Do not cursed wives hold that self-sovereignty only for praise sake when they strive to be lords o'er their lords?
Only for praise, and praise we may afford to any lady that subdues a lord.
Oh, here comes a member of the Commonwealth.
God dig it in all. Pray you, which is the head lady?
Thou shalt know her, fellow, by the rest that have no heads.
Which is the greatest lady, the highest?
The thickest and the tallest.
The thickest and the tallest. It is so. Truth is truth. And your waist, mistress, were slender as my wit. One of these maids' girdles for your waist should be fit. Are not you the chief woman? You are the thickest here?
What's your will, sir? What's your will?
I have a letter from Monsieur Biron to one Lady Rosalind.
Oh, thy letter. He's a good friend of mine. Stand aside, good bearer. Boyer, you can carve. Break up this capon.
I am bound to serve. This letter is mistook. It importeth none here. It is writ to Jaganetta.
We will read it, I swear. Break the neck of the wax, and everyone give ear.
By heaven, that thou art fair is most infallible. True that thou art beauteous, truth itself that thou art lovely, more fairer than fair, beautiful than beauteous, truer than truth itself. Have commiseration on thy heroic vassal. Thy magnanimous and most illustrate king Cophetuus set eye upon the pernicious and indubitate beggar Xenophon. And he it was that might rightly say, Vene, vidi, effici, which to unauthorized in the vulgar, oh, base and obscure vulgar, vidilecit, he came, saw, and overcame. He came one, saw two, overcame three. Who came? The king. Why did he come? To see? Why did he see? To overcome. To whom came he? To the beggar? What saw he? The beggar. Who overcame he? The beggar. The conclusion is victory. On whose side? The king's. The captive is enriched. On whose side? The beggar's. The catastrophe is a nuptial. On whose side? The king's. No, or both in one, or one in both. I am the king, for so stands the comparison. Thou the beggar, for so witnesseth thy lowliness. Shall I command thy love? I may. Shall I enforce thy love? I could. Shall I entreat thy love? I will. What shalt thou exchange for rags? Robes? For titles? Titles for thyself? Me? Thus, expecting thy reply, I profane my lips on thy foot, my eyes on thy picture, and my heart on thy every part. Thine in the dearest design of industry, Adriano de Armado. Thus dost thou hear the Nemean lion roar against thee, thou lamb, that standest as his prey. Submissive fall his princely feet before, and he from forage will incline to play. But if thou strive, poor soul, what art thou then? Food for his rage, repasture for his den.
What plume of feathers is he that indited this leather? What vein, what weathercock did you ever hear better?
I am much deceived, but I remember the style.
Else your memory is bad, going over it erewhile.
Oh, this Armado is a Spaniard that keeps here in court, a phantasm, a monarcho, and one that makes sport to the prince and his bookmates.
Thou fellow, a word. Who gave thee this letter?
I told you, my lord.
To whom shouldst thou give it?
From my lord to my lady.
From which lord to which lady?
From my lord Byron, a good master of mine, to a lady of France that he called Rosaline.
Thou hast mistaken his letter. Come, lords, away. Here, sweet, put up this. 'Twill be fine another day.
Who is the suitor? Who is the suitor?
Shall I teach you to know?
Ah, my continent of beauty.
Why, she that bears the bow finally put off.
My lady goes to kill horns, but if thou marry, hang me by the neck if horns that year miscarry, finally put on.
Well then, I am the shooter.
And who is your dear?
If we choose by the horns, yourself come not near, finely put on indeed.
You still wrangle with her, Boyette, and she strikes at the brow.
But she herself is hit lower. Have I hit her now?
Shall I come upon thee with an old saying, there was a man when King Pepin of France was a little boy, as touching the hit it.
So I may answer thee with one as old that was a woman when Queen Guinevere of Britain was a little wench, as touching the hit it.
Thou canst not hit it, hit it, hit it. Thou canst not hit it, my good man.
And I cannot, and I cannot, another can.
By my troth, most pleasant. How both did fit it.
A mark marvellous, well shot, for they both did hit it.
A mark? Oh, mark, but that mark, a mark, says my lady, that mark have a prick in it, to meet at, if it may be.
Why do the bow hand? In faith, your hand is out.
Indeed, I must shoot nearer, or he'll ne'er hit the mark.
And if my hand be out, then belike your hand is in.
Then will she get the upshoot by cleaving the pin.
Come. You talk gracefully. Your lips grow foul.
She's too hard for you, it pricks, sir. Challenge her to bowl.
I fear too much ribbing. Good night, my good owl.
By my soul, a swain, a most simple clown. Lord, how the ladies and I have put him down. Oh, my troth, most sweet jest, most inconny vulgar wit. When it comes so smoothly off, so obscenely, as it were, so fit. Our motto, the one side, oh, a most dainty man. To see him walk before a lady and to bear her fan. To see him kiss his hand, and how most sweetly it will swear. And his page on the other side, that handful of wit. Ah, heavens, it is a most pathetical knit. Sola!
And that's the end of Act 4, Scene 1.
It's not the end of an act. We can't talk yet. We have to go to the next scene. Those are the rules.
Yep.
I mean, this play is stressing every rule, but those are the rules. We have to go to the next scene.
Yep.
Go to the next scene.
Moving on.
Rules are meant to be broken.
Act 4. No, Act 4, Scene 2. Let's go.
Very reverend sport, truly, and done in the testimony of a good conscience.
The deer was, as you know, sanguis in blood, ripe as the palm water, who now hangeth like a jewel in the ear of Calo, the sky, the welkin, the heaven, and anon fallest like a crab on the face of Terra, the soil, the land, the earth.
Truly, Master Hollenfeldners, the epithets are sweetly varied, like a scholar at the least, but, sir, I assure ye, it was a buck of the first head.
Sir Nathaniel, haut credo.
'Twas not an old credo, 'twas a pricket.
Most barbarous intimation, yet a kind of insinuation, as it were, in a way, of explication, facere, as it were, replication, or rather ostentare, to show, as it were. His inclination, after his undressed, unpolished, uneducated, unpruned, untrained, or rather unlettered, or ratherest, unconfirmed fashion, to insert again my hot credo for a deer,
I said the deer was not an hard cray doe, 'twas a pricket.
Twice sawed simplicity his coctus. O thou monster ignorance, how deformed dost thou look?
Sir, he hath never fed of the dainties that were bred in a book. He hath not eat paper, as it were. He hath not drunk ink. His intellect is not replenished. He is only an animal, only sensible in his duller parts. And such barren plants are set before us, that we thankful should be, which we of taste and feeling are for those parts that do frivolously in any more than he. As for it would ill become me to be vain, indiscreet, or a fool, so were there a patch set on learning, to see him in a school, but Amen Ben, say I, being of an old farmer's mind, that he can brook the weather that love it not the wind.
You two are bookmen. Couldn't you tell me by your wit, what was a month old at Cain's birth that's not 5 weeks old as yet?
Dictina, good man dull. Dictina, good man dull.
What is dictina?
A title to Phoebe, to Luna, to the moon.
The moon was a month old when Adam was no more, and wrought not to 5 weeks when he came to 50. The illusion holds in the exchange.
'Tis true, the collusion holds in the exchange.
God comfort thy capacity. I say the illusion holds in the exchange. Illusion.
And I say the pollution holds in the exchange, for the moon is never but a month old, and I say beside that, 'twas a pricket the princess killed.
Sir Nathaniel, will you hear an extemporal epitaph on the death of the deer? And to humor the ignorant, call I the deer, the princess killed a pricket.
Purr, good master Hollandferns, purr, so it shall please you to abrogate, do it.
I will something affect the letter, for it argues facility. The prayful princess pierced and pricked a pretty pleasing pricket. Some say a sore, but not a sore, till now made sore with shooting. The dogs did yell, put L to sore, then sorrel jumps from thicket, or pricket sore, or else sorrel. The people follow hooting. If sore be sore, then L to sore makes 50 sores, one sorrel. Of one sorrel, an 100 make by adding but one more L.
A rare talent.
If a talent be a claw, look how he claws it with a talent.
This is a gift that I have. Simple, a foolish, extravagant spirit, full of forms, figures, shapes, objects, ideas, apprehensions, motions, revolutions. These are begot in the ventricle of memory, nourished in the womb of Pia Mater, and delivered upon the mellowing of occasion. But the gift is good in those whom it is acute, and I am thankful for it.
Sir, I praise the Lord for you, and so may my partitioners, for their sons are well tutored by you, and their daughters profit very greatly under you. You are a good member of the Commonwealth.
Mayor Hercley, if their sons be ingenuous, they shall want no instruction. If their daughters be capable, I will put it to them. But vir sapit qui pauca loquiter, a soul feminine saluteth us.
God give you good tomorrow, Master Person.
Master Parson, quasi person. And if one should be pierced, which is the one?
Marry, Master Schoolmaster, he that is likest to a hogshead.
Piercing a hogshead, a good lustre of conceit in a tuft of earth. Fire enough for a flint, pearl enough for a swine. 'Tis pretty. It is well.
Good Master Parson, be so good as to read me this letter. It was given to me by Costard and sent me from Don Armado. I beseech you, read it.
Faust, precor gelida quando pecus omni sub umbra ruminat, and so forth. Ah, good old Mantuan, I may speak of thee as the traveller doth of Venice, Venetia. Chi non ti vede non ti pretia? Old Mantuan, who understandeth thee not, loves thee not. Ut, re, sol, la, mi, fa. Under pardon, sir, what are the contents? Or rather, as Horace says in his, what, my soul, verses?
I, sir, am very learned.
Let me hear a staff, a stanza, a verse. Leg, domine.
If love makes me forsooth, how shall I swear to love? Ah, never faith could hold, if not to beauty vowed. Though to myself forsworn, to thee I'll be faithful prove. Those thoughts to me were oaks, to thee like oldst howd, studied his biased leaves, and makes his book thine eye. There are always pleasures live that art would comprehend. If knowledge be the mark, to know these shall suffice. Well learned in that tongue that well can thee commend, excuse me. All ignorant that soul sees thee without wonder, which is to me some praise that I thy parts admire. Thy eye Jove's lightning bears, thy voice his dreadful thunder, which not to anger bent is music and sweet fire. Celestial as thou art, oh, pardon love this wrong, that sings heaven's praise with such an earthly tongue.
You find not the apostrophus, and so miss the accent. Let me supervise the canzonet. Here are only numbers ratified, but for the elegancy, facility, and golden cadence of poesy, Carrot, Ovidius Naso was the man, and why indeed Naso, but for smelling out the odoriferous flowers of fancy, the jerks of invention. Imitari is nothing, so doth the hound his master, the ape his keeper, the tired horse his rider. But, Damosela Virgin, was this directed to you?
Aye, sir, for one Mr. Biron, one of the strange queen's lords.
I will overglance the superscript. To the snow-white hand of the most beauteous lady Rosaline. I will look again on the intellect of the letter for the nomination of the party writing to the person written unto your ladyships in all desired employment, Byron. Sir Nathaniel, this Byron is one of the votaries with the king, and here he hath framed a letter to a sequent of the stranger queens, which accidentally or by way of progression hath miscarried. Trip and go, my sweet. Deliver this paper to the royal hand of the king. It may concern such. Stay not thy compliment. I forgive thy duty. Adieu.
Good Costard, go with me. Sir, God save your life.
Have with thee, my girl.
Sir, have you done this in the fear of God, very religiously, and as a certain father saint?
Sir, tell me not of the father. I do fear colorable colors. But to return to the verses, did they please you, Sir Nathaniel?
Marvelously well for the pen.
I do dine today at the father's of a certain pupil of mine, where, if before repast it shall please you to gratify the table with a grace, I will, on my privilege I have with the parents with the foresaid child or pupil, undertake your benvenuto, where I will prove those verses to be very unlearned, neither savoring of poetry, wit, nor invention. I beseech your society.
And thank you, too, for society. Safe text is the happiest of life.
And certes, the text most infallibly concludes it. Sir, I do invite you to. You shall not say me nay. Pausa verba. Away, the gentles are at their game, and we will to our recreation.
Just talk. All right.
And that ends Act 4, Scene 2.
And we're going to stall for just a second because Babs did everything except replace the playbill with the proper one.
So we were worried about Finn being unsupervised this evening. We thought that Finn would cause some kind of chaos.
Chaos?
So somebody...
What?
We know Finn causes some kind of chaos.
I mean, he does.
And that's his brand.
It's his brand.
Chaos Finn is causing
I'm
is in chat.
the warlock that made the pact accidentally with the chaos god.
I think I just did with all that Latin, actually. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, you
I don't know
didn't
if there
help
was
the
a summoning.
situation.
You summoned something.
Was there a summoning or an exorcism? Like, I can't tell.
I am
I love you all, but it was real bad.
We summoned something. It was weird.
So how long till we get Finn as a patron in D&D?
I thought Finn was a pact familiar.
Oh, I love that.
Finn.
Interesting.
Well,
I'd rather have Finn as a familiar.
Yeah, you would.
Like sit on your shoulder.
I just want him sitting on my shoulder being smart.
Guy lining
Hey,
up.
every,
You're
Wiggling like shoulder down.
Yes.
that's
I
me.
can't wait
That's
for
intern
scene
to
5.
Robo.
All
I
right.
can't
You
wait
would
for scene
be-
5 where I get to shit on everyone's gratuitous use of Latin with a
Yes.
single line.
You
Oh,
do.
great.
We're all looking forward to it, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, let's face it. Everyone wants to get familiar with me, so. You're not supposed to. Dang it! I told
That
you it was a
explains
different
the
game.
eyeliner.
Anyways,
Nice.
we typically wouldn't go to break in the middle of an act, but it's really long and
Pacing.
pacing.
Pacing is a
Pacing.
thing.
You
Yeah.
gotta pace yourself, guys.
So we are gonna
I'm
take
not
about
saying a word.
But you did.
we are gonna take about a 20-minute break. We will be back at 9:00 Eastern time, and we will see you that. Go hydrate, do the things, grab snacks. We'll see you soon.
Love, love. Welcome back, friends and fiends, ladies and gentlemen. What is this?
I'm sorry. Welcome back, everybody.
To What Streams May Come. You are joining this program already in progress if you joined us during the intermission. If you were here this whole time, I'm very sorry for the words that I just said to your face. However, we are doing things so very different in so many ways tonight on What Streams May Come. Blame Babs and I for not being able to keep anything together when Jess isn't here. But tonight we took our intermission in the middle of Act 4. And we could also just blame Bill for that because he wrote this play so unbalanced that we had to interrupt Act 4. So when last we left everyone...
Do we remember where we left off?
There was so much up in the air. We're in the middle of the biggest tangled plate of spaghetti of romantic subplots happening. Like, you cannot follow a single noodle. And none of the ladies want to anyways. So, back we go.
We're all hot for Moth.
We are all hot for Moth. That's what's happening right now.
Moth serenaded us earlier, and that's all we needed.
The game was
My
over.
noodle is just easy to follow. You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, on that note...
On the side of the plate, right there.
Yes.
Especially with that song.
Love what you did with that metaphor.
On that note, places for Act 4, Scene 3... Enter Byron with a piece of paper.
The king. He is hunting the deer. I am coursing myself. They have pitched a toil, and I am toiling in a pitch. Pitch that defiles. Defile! A foul word. Well, set thee down, sorrow. For so they say the fool said, and so say I, and I the fool. Well proved wit. By the Lord, this love is as mad as Ajax. It kills sheep. It kills me, I, a sheep. Well proved again on my side. I will not love. If I do, hang me. In faith, I will not. Oh, but her eye. By this light. But for her eye, I would not love her. Yes, for her 2 eyes. Well, I do nothing in the world but lie, and lie in my throat. By heaven, I do love, and it hath taught me to rhyme and to be melancholy. Here is part of my rhyme, and here my melancholy. Well, she hath one of my sonnets already. The clown bore it, the fool sent it, and the lady hath it. Sweet clown, sweeter fool, sweetest lady. By the world, I would not care a pin if the other 3 were in. Here comes one with the paper. God give him grace to groan.
Ay me.
Shot! By heaven! Proceed, sweet Cupid. Thou hast thumped him with thy bird bolt under the left pap. In faith, secrets.
So sweet a kiss the golden sun gives not to those fresh morning drops upon the rose, as thy eye beams when their fresh rays have smote the night of dew that on my cheeks down flow. Nor shines the silver moon 1/2 so bright through the transparent bosom of the deep, as doth thy face through tears of mine give light. Thou shinest in every tear that I do weep. No drop but as a coach doth carry thee, so ridest thou triumphing in my woe. Do but behold the tears that swell in me, and they thy glory through my grief will show. But do not love thyself, then thou wilt weep my tears for glasses, and still make me weep. O Queen of Queens, how far dost thou excel? No thought can think, nor tongue of mortal tell. How shall she know my griefs? I'll drop the paper here. Sweet leaves, shade, folly. Who comes here? With Longaville and reading.
Ay, me. I am forsworn.
Why, he comes in like a purger wearing papers.
In love, I hope. Sweet fellowship and shame.
One drunkard loves another of the name.
Am I the first to have been perjured so?
I could put thee in comfort, not by two that I know. Thou makest the triumvirate, the corner cap of society, the shape of love's Tyburn that hangs up simplicity.
I fear these stubborn lines lack power to move. Oh, sweet Maria, empress of my love. These numbers will I tear and write in prose.
Oh, rhymes are guards on wanton Cupid's hose. Disfigure not his slop.
The same shall go. Did not the heavenly rhetoric of thine eye, 'gainst whom the world cannot hold argument, persuade my heart to this false perjury? Vows for thee have broke, deserve not punishment. A woman I forswore, but I will prove, thou being a goddess, I forswore not thee. My vow was earthly, thou a heavenly love. Thy grace, being gained, cures all disgrace in me. Vows are but breath, and breath a vapor is. Then thou, fair sun, which on my earth dost shine, exhalest this vapor vow, in thee it is. If broken then, it is no fault of mine. If by me broke, what fool is not so wise to lose an oath to win a paradise?
This is the liver vein which makes flesh a deity, a green goose a goddess. Pure, pure idolatry. God amend us, God amend. We are much away.
By whom shall I send this? Company, stay.
All hid, an old infant play. Like a demigod, here sit I in the sky, and wretched fool's secrets heedfully o'er I. More sacks to the mill. Oh, heavens, I have my wish. Domain transformed. 4 woodcocks in a dish.
Oh, most divine Kate.
Oh, most profane coxcomb.
By heaven, the wonder in a mortal eye.
By earth, she is not corporeal. There you lie.
Her amber-colored raven was well noted.
An amber color. Nope, that was my
Nope.
line.
Her amber hair for foul hath amber quoted.
An amber-colored raven was well noted.
As upright as the cedar.
Stoop, I say. Her shoulder is with child.
As fair as day.
Aye, as some days, but then no sun must shine.
Oh, that I had my wish.
And I had mine.
And I mine too, good Lord.
Amen, so I had mine. Is not that a good word?
I would forget her, but a fever she reigns in my blood and will remembered be.
A fever in your blood? Why, then incision would let her out in saucers. Sweet Miss Prison.
Once more I'll read the ode that I have writ.
Once more I'll mark how love can vary wit.
On a day, alack the day, love whose month is ever May, spied a blossom passing fair playing in the wanton air. Through the velvet leaves the wind all unseen can passage find, that the lover, sick to death, wish himself the heaven's breath. Ere, quoth he, thy cheeks may blow. Ere, would I might triumph so? But alack, my hand is sworn, ne'er to pluck thee from thy thorn. Vow, alack, for youth unmeet, youth so apt to pluck a sweet. Do not call it sin in me that I am forsworn to thee. Thou whom Jove would swear, Juno but an imbecile were, and deny himself for Jove.
turning mortal for thy love. This will I send, and something else more plain, that shall express my true love's fasting pain. Oh, would the king, Byron, and Longaville were lovers too! Ill to example, ill, would from my forehead wipe a perjured note, for none offend where all alike do dote.
Dumaine, thy love is far from charity, that in love's grief desirest society. You may look pale, but I should blush, I know, to be o'erheard and taken napping so.
Come, sir, you blush, as your case is such. You chided him, offending twice as much. You do not love Maria? Longaville did never sonnet for her sake compile, nor never lay his wreathed arms athwart his loving bosom to keep down his heart. I have been closely shrouded in this bush, and marked you both, and for you both did blush. I heard your guilty rhymes, observed your fashion, saw sighs reek from you, noted well your passion. Ay me, says one, O Jove, the other cries. One her hairs were gold, crystal the other's eyes. You would for paradise break faith and troth, and Jove, for your love, would infringe an oath. What will Byron say when that he shall hear faith so infringed, which such zeal did swear? How will he scorn? How will he spend his wit? How will he triumph, leap and laugh at it? For all the wealth that ever I did see, I would not have him know so much by me.
Now I step forth to whip hypocrisy. Ah, good, my liege, I pray thee pardon me. Good heart, what grace hast thou thus to reprove these worms for loving, that art most in love? Your eyes do make no coaches in your tears. There is no certain princess that appears. You'll not be perjured, 'tis a hateful thing. Tush, none but minstrels like of sonneting. But are you not ashamed? Nay, are you not, all three of you, to be thus much o'ershot? You found his mote, the king your mote did see. But I a beam do find in each of three. Oh, what a scene of foolery I have seen, of sighs and groans and sorrow and of teen. To me, which what strict patience have I sat, to see a king transformed into a gnat, to see great Hercules whipping a gig, and profound Solomon to tune a jig, and Nestor play at pushpin with boys, and critic Tiaman laugh at idle toys. Where lies thy grief? Oh, tell me, good Dumaine, and gentle Longaville, where lies thy pain? And where, my lieges, all about the breast, a caudle, ho!
Too bitter is thy jest. Are we betrayed thus to thy overview?
Not you to me, but I betrayed by you. I that am honest, I that hold it sin to break the vow I am engaged in. I am betrayed by keeping company with men like men of inconsistency. When shall you see me write a thing in rhyme, or groan of love, or spend a minute's time in pruning me? When shall you hear that I will praise a hand, a foot, a face, an eye, a gait, a state, a brow, a breast, a waist, a leg, a limb?
Soft! Whither away so fast? A true man, or a thief that gallops so?
I post from love. Good lover, let me go.
God bless the king.
What present hast thou there?
Some certain treason.
What makes treason here?
Nay, it makes nothing, sir.
If it mar nothing, neither, the treason and you go in peace away together.
I beseech your grace, let this letter be read. Our person misdoubts it. 'Twas treason, he said.
Byron, read it over. Where hadst thou it?
Of custard.
Where hadst thou of it?
Of Dun Adramadio. Dun Adramadio.
How now? What is in you? Why dost thou tear it?
A toy, my liege! A toy! Your grace needs not fear it.
It did move him to passion, and therefore, let's hear it.
It is Byron's writing, and here is his name.
You horse and loggerhead! You were born to do me shame. Guilty, my lord, guilty. I confess.
What?
That you three fools lacked me fool to make up the mess. He, and you, my liege, and I are prick purses in love, and we deserve to die. Oh, dismiss this audience, and I will tell thee more.
Now the number is even.
True, we are four. Will these turtles be gone?
Oh, hence, sirs, away.
Walk aside, the true folk, and let the traitors stay.
Sweet lords, sweet lovers, oh, let us embrace. As true we are as flesh and blood can be. The sea will ebb and flow, heaven show his face. Young blood doth not obey an old decree. We cannot cross the cause why we were born, therefore all hands must we be forsworn.
What? Did these rent lines show some love of thine?
Did they, quoth you? Who sees the heavenly Rosalind, that like a rude and savage man of other places, at the first opening of the gorgeous east, bows not his vassal head, and struck blind, kisses the base ground with obedient breast? What peremptory eagle-sided eye does look upon the heaven of her brow that is not blinded by her majesty?
What zeal, what fury hath inspired thee now? My love, her mistress, is a gracious moon. She an attending star, scarce seen a light.
Oh, my eyes are then no eyes, nor I Byron. But for love, day would turn to night. Of all complexions, the colored sovereignty do meet, as at a fair in her fair cheek. Where several worthies make one dignity, where nothing wants that want itself does seek. Lend me the flourish of all gentle tongues. Fie, painted rhetoric. She needs it not. To things of a cell sailor's praise belongs. She passes praise, then praise too short doth blot. A withered hermit, 50 winters worn, might shake off 50 looking in her eye. Beauty doth varnish age as if newborn, and gives the crutch the cradle's infancy. Oh, 'tis heaven that maketh all things shine.
But what of this? Are we not all in love?
Oh my God, I'm trying to find the place. Sorry, I'm trying to find the next line.
It's like 311.
There we go. Nothing so sure, and thereby all forsworn.
Then leave this chat, and good Byron, now prove our loving lawful and our faith not torn.
Aye, marry there, some flattery for this evil.
Oh, some authority, how to proceed, some tricks, some quillets, how to cheat the devil.
Some salve for perjury.
'Tis more than need. Have at you then, affection's men-at-arms. Consider what you first did swear unto, to fast, to study, and to see no woman. Fled treason against the kingly state of youth. Say, can you fast? Your stomachs are too young, and abstinence engenders maladies. Oh, we have made a vow to study, lords, and in that vow we have forsworn our books. For when would you, my liege, or you, in leaden contemplation, have found out such fiery numbers as the prompting eyes of beauty's tutors, which have enriched you with? Other slow arts entirely keep the brain, and therefore finding barren practisers, scarce show a harvest of their heavenly toil. But love, first learned in a lady's eyes, lives not alone immured in the brain, but with the motion of all elements, courses as swift through thought as every power, and gives to every power a double power above their functions and their offices. It adds a precious seeing to the eye. A lover's eye will gaze an eagle blind. A lover's ear will hear the lowest sound when suspicious head of theft is stopped. Love's feeling is more soft and sensible than all the tender horn of cockled snails. Love's tongue proves dainty Bacchus gross in taste, for valor is not love a Hercules, still climbing trees in Hesperides. Subtle as Sphinx, as sweet and musical, as bright as Apollo's lute, strung with his hair. And when love speaks, the voice of all the gods makes heaven drowsy with the harmony. Never durst poet touch a pen to write until his ink were tempered with love's sighs. Oh, and then his lines would ravage savage ears and plant in tyranny mild humility. For women's eyes, this doctrine I drive. They sparkle still in the right Promethean fire. They are the books, the arts, the academics that show, contain, and nourish all the world. Else none at all in aught proves excellent. Then fools you were in these women to forswear, or keeping what is sworn, you will prove fools. For wisdom's sake, a word that all men love. For love's sake, a word that loves all men. For men's sake, authors of these women, or women's sake by whom we men are men. Let us once lose our oaths to find ourselves, or else we lose ourselves to keep our oaths. Is it religion to be thus forsworn? For charity itself fulfills the law, and who can sever love from charity?
Saint Cupid, then, and soldiers to the field.
Advance your standards and upon them, lords! Pell-mell down with them! But first be advised in conflict that you get the son of them.
Now, to the plain dealing. Lay these glozers by. Shall we resolve to woo these girls of France?
And win them too. Therefore, let us devise some entertainment for them in their tents.
First, from the park, let us conduct them thither. Then homeward every man attach the hand of his fair mistress. In the afternoon, we will with some strange pastime solace them, such as the shortness of the time can shape, for revels, dances, masks, and merry hours, for run fair love, strewing her way with flowers.
Ooh, away. No time shall be omitted that will be time, and may by us be fitted.
Allong, so cockle reaped no corn, and justice always whirls in equal measure. Light wenches may prove plagues to men forsworn. If so, our copper buys no better treasure.
Goblin Katie's not muted anymore!
Yeah!
Slayed that monologue!
I don't see!
Hurry this, you filthy casuals.
I mean...
And everybody died.
And D.E.D. dead.
D.E.D. dead. That whole thing.
Rocks fall, the party dies.
Rocks fall, all dead. A TPK brought to you by Goblin Katie.
On brand. On brand. But anyways, that's the end of Act 4.
And that's where all the guys decided at once. Screw this pact. Let's go get some ladies.
Let's go get some ladies.
Ladies!
And you know what? I think it's Byron's fault.
It's all Byron's fault.
Byron is the ringleader of this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
No. You know what? You guys are all in on it? Fine.
Seduce the dragons.
Do it.
Seduce all the dragons.
Byron is the shenanigator.
Well, the shenanigator.
No. Hold on a second here.
Hashtag
Every time I hear
shenanigator.
Byron, I think of Lord Byron, and so I have this.
This is so much who this is.
Wonder.
Yeah. Just
I mean,
100 years too early.
there's very little room for doubt.
Well, I think like Byron just laid down just a sermon, just an absolute sermon to the ladies that like, nope, we don't worship books no more. We don't worship academia.
Would it be a Sermon on the Mount?
Ooh, sermon about the mounts.
Sermon about I just imagine like he delivered he delivered that last bit and then was like mic drop and then we all walk out.
It's
like bam.
I'm putting up my hand, Finn.
There we go.
I set you up.
I don't know. I didn't want to slap you in the face, but I had to get my boy over there, and in some kind of virtual space.
Oh my god!
Who did Strike create another poll?
Who dropped the mic hardest? All of the above.
Yes. Oh.
Yep. It was a very hard. Okay. The mic kept getting the best of Goblin Katie, so she dropped it. That's how it happened.
Dropped it like a bad habit.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Drop it like it's
Sermon
hot. Drop it
of
like
the
it's hot.
mounting.
But can you hit
Yes.
it? Can you hit it?
Sermon of the mounting.
Yes.
Oh my god.
100%. And that monologue will forever be known as the Sermon of the Mounting.
Katie,
How
can I
does
make
George
select
do
Mike
this?
as my favored prey?
I'm here for this. I'm here for this.
I'm great. Keep going. Love it.
Anyways, we're heading into Act 5.
Oh yeah,
Which
and
means-
this is a big one. This is a biggie. So we said at the top of the show. Remember that we had that one really long act when we did Love's Labor's Lost. I think this one might put that one
You
to
mean
shame.
Winter's Tale?
A Winter's Tale.
A Winter's Tale. We're doing Love's Labor's Lost. Where am I? Like I said, you guys broke.
You're not in your natural habitat for what dreams may come, and it's throwing you off.
Y'all broke me real hard during that scene. Could not maintain. So yes, the long scene coming up, guys. Buckle up. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Places for Act 5, Scene 1.
Status quod sufficit.
I praise God for you, sir. Your reasons at dinner have been sharp and sententious, pleasant without scrutiny, witty without affection, audacious without impunity, impudencies, learned without opinion, and strained without heresy. I did converse with Quodam Day, with a companion of the king's who is a thing, nominated or called Don Armado de Armado. That's how you say his name. He's famous, you know.
Novi hominem tanquam te. His humor is lofty, his discourse peremptory, his tongue filed, his eye ambitious, his gait majestical, and his general behavior vain, ridiculous, thrasonical. He is too picked, too spruce, too affected, too odd, as it were, to peregrinate, as I may call it.
Oh, singular and choice epitaph.
He draweth out the thread of his verbosity finer than the staple of his argument. I abhor such a fanatical fantaseme, such insociable and point-devised companions, such rackers of orthography, as to speak doubt, sign B, when he should say doubt, debt, when he should pronounce debt, minus D, E, D-E-B-T, not D-E-T. He cleppeth a calf, cough, half, hoff. Neighbor vocateur neighbor, nay abbreviated knee. This is abominable, which he would call abominable. It is insinuateth me of insanity, nay intelligence domine, to make frantic lunatic.
Los Deo dum intelligito. Look it up.
Bon bon for bene. Christian, a little scratched. 'Twill serve.
Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
I had a terrible sneeze. It's springtime. On the mountain. Verisni quis venti.
Video et gaudio.
Shura!
Quare chira? Not sirah.
Men of peace, well encountered.
Most military, sir. Salutation.
They have been at a great feast of languages and stolen the scraps.
Oh, they have lived long on the alms baskets of words. I marvel thy master hath not eaten thee for a word, for thou art not so long by the head as honorific abilitudinatibus. Thou art easier swallowed than a flapdragon.
Peace, the peal begins.
Monsieur, are you not lettered?
Yes, yes, he teaches boys the horn book. What is a bee spelled backwards with the horn on his head?
Ba, Praetia, with a horn added.
Bah, most silly sheep with the horn, you hear his learning.
Quis, thou consonant.
The third of 5 vowels, if you repeat them, or the fifth, if I.
I will repeat them. A, E, I.
The sheep, the other 2 concludes it. O, U.
Ho, 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 ho. Now by the salt wave of the Mediterranean, a sweet touch, a quick venue of wit, snip, snap, quickened home. It rejoiceth my intellect. True wit.
Offered by a child to an old man, which is wit old.
What is the figure? What is the figure?
Horns.
Thou disputest like an infant. Go, whip thy gig.
Lend me your horn to make one, and I will whip about your infamy Manusita, a gig of a cuckold's horn.
And I had but 1 penny in the world, thou shouldst have it to buy gingerbread. Oh, hold! There is the very remuneration I had of thy master, thou halfpenny purse of wit, thou pigeon egg of discretion. Oh, and the heavens were so pleased that thou wert but my bastard. What a joyful father wouldst thou make me. Go to, thou hast it at dunghill at the fingers' ends, as they say.
Oh, I smell false Latin. Dunghill for unguum.
Artsman, preambulate. We will be singled from the barbarous. Do you not educate youth at the charge house on the top of the mountain?
Or Mons, the hill.
At your sweet pleasure, for the mountain.
I do. Son question.
Sir, it is the king's most sweet pleasure and affection to congratulate the princess at her pavilion in the posteriors of this day, which the rude multitude call the afternoon.
The posterior of the day. Most generous, sir, is liable, congruent, and measurable for the afternoon. The word is well culled, chose, sweet, and apt. I do assure you, sir, I do assure.
Sir, the king is a noble gentleman, and my familiar. I do assure ye, very good friend, for what is inward between us, let it pass. I do beseech thee, remember thy courtesy. I beseech thee, apparel thy head, and among other important and most serious designs, and of great import indeed, too, but let that pass. For I must tell thee, it will please his grace by the world sometime to lean upon my poor shoulder, and with his royal finger thus dally with my excrement, with my mustachio. But, sweetheart, let that pass. By the world, I recount no fable, some certain special honors it pleaseth his greatness to impart to Armado, a soldier, a man of travel that hath seen the world. But let that pass. The very all of all is, but sweetheart, I do implore secrecy, that the king would have me present the princess, sweet Chuck, with some delightful ostentation, or show, or pageant, or antique, or firework. Now, understanding that the curate and your sweet self are good at such eruptions and sudden breaking out of mirth, as it were, I have acquainted you with all to the end to crave your assistance.
Sir, you shall present before her the 9 worthies. Sir Nathaniel, as concerning some entertainment of time, some show in the posterior of this day, to be rendered by our assistants at the king's command, and this most gallant, illustrate, and learned gentleman before the princess. I say none so fit as to present the 9 worthies.
Where will you find a man worthy enough to present them?
Joshua, yourself, this gallant gentleman, Judas Maccabeus, this swain, because of his great limb or joint, shall pass Pompey the Great, the page Hercules.
Pardon, sir, error. He is not quantity enough for that worthy's thumb. He's not so big as the end of his club.
Shall I have audience? He shall present Hercules in minority. His enter and exit shall be strangling a snake, and I will have an apology for that purpose.
An excellent device. So, if any of the audience hiss, you may cry, "Well done, Hercules, now thou crushest the snake." That is the way to make an offense gracious, though few have the grace to do it.
For the rest of the worthies?
I will play 3 myself.
Thrice worthy gentlemen.
Shall I tell you a thing?
We attend.
We will have, if this fadge not, an antic. I beseech you, follow.
Via, Goodman Dull, thou hast spoken no words all this while.
Mute. Nor understood none neither, sir.
Allons, we will employ thee.
I'll make one at a dance or so. I will play on the tabor to the worthies and let them dance the hay.
Most dull, honest dull, to our sport, away!
Well.
And that was Act 5, Scene 1.
Where we are once again reminded of the day's butt.
the generous posterior of the day. All right, well, with that, shall we launch into the last scene of this thing and wrap this up with the biggest scene, the posterior, the generous posterior of this play.
The butt shaft of the play, if you will.
I was keeping it together.
I won't.
Casey.
Today's
God, I
posterior
didn't hear
got
any
the
of that.
shaft.
I won't.
Oh my god.
So many butts in this play. This is a very butt-heavy play.
I have nobody's been written an ass though.
No one's been written an ass.
Not yet.
But
There's
man,
plenty of scene left in
Goblin.
scene 2.
There's so many horns and so many butts. Just saying.
And pricks.
And
And pricks.
Cocks.
And
And
cheap
cocks.
trinkets.
And something that just is wrong.
I mean, what isn't wrong here? 'Cause everything is
No,
wrong.
it was the one part.
Okay.
Oh,
The
that.
finger with the.
Ooh,
no.
yeah, okay. The finger and the mustache, and then whoop. All right, so
We will not speak of this again.
And on that note, let's places for Act 5, Scene 2.
Sweethearts, we shall be rich ere we depart. If fairings come thus plentifully in, a lady walled about with diamonds. Look you what I have from the loving king.
Madam, came nothing else along with that?
Nothing but this. Yes, as much love and rhyme as would crammed up in a sheet of paper, writ of both sides, the leaf margent and all, that he was faint to seal on Cupid's name.
That was the way to make his godhead wax, for he hath been 5,000 years a boy.
Oui, and the shit unhappy gallows too.
You'll ne'er be friends with him. It killed your sister.
He has made her melancholy, sad, and heavy. And so she died. Had she been light like you, Of such a merry, nimble, stirring spirit, she might have been a grande dame ere she died. And so may you, for a light heart lives long.
What's your dark meaning, Mouse, of this light word?
A light condition in a beauty dark.
We need more light to find out your meaning out.
You'll mar the light by taking it in snuff. Therefore, I'll dark night end the argument.
Look what you do. You do it still in the dark.
So do not you, for you are a light wench.
Indeed, I weigh not you, and therefore light.
You weigh me not? Oh, that's you care not for me.
Great reason, for past cure is still past care.
Well bandied both, a set of wit well played. But Rosaline, you have a favor too. Who's it, and what is it?
I would you knew, and if my face were but as fair as yours, my favour were as great. Be witness this. Nay, I have verses too. I thank Byron, the number's true, and were the numbering two, I were the fairest goddess on the ground. I am compared to 20,000 fairs. Oh, he hath drawn my picture in his letter.
Anything like?
Much in the letters, nothing in the praise.
Beauteous as ink, a good conclusion.
Fair as a bear on a copybook.
Where pencils, ho! Let me not die your debtor, my red dominical, my golden letter. Oh, that your face were not so full of O's.
Pox on that jest, and I beshrew all shrouds.
But, Catherine, what was it sent to you from fair domain?
Madame, this glove.
Did he not send you twain?
Oui, madame, and moreover, some 1,000 verses of a faithful Laurent, a huge translation of hypocrisy, vilely compiled, profound simplicity.
This and these pearls to send me Saint Longueville. This letter is too long by half a mile.
I think no less. Dost thou not wish in heart the chain were longer and the letter short?
Aye, or I would these hands might never part.
We are wise girls to mock our lovers so.
They are worse fools to purchase mocking so. That same Byron I'll torture ere I go. Oh, that I knew he were but in by the week. How I would make him fawn and beg and seek, and wait the season and observe the times, and spend his prodigal wits in bootless rhymes, and shape his servants wholly to my hest, and make him proud to make me proud that jests. So Pertont like would I o'ersay his state, that he should be my fool, and I his fate.
None are so surely caught when they are catched, as wit turned fool, folly and wisdom hatched. Hath wisdom's warrant in the help of school, and wit's own grace to grace a learned fool.
The blood of youth burns not with such excess as gravity's revolt to wantonness.
Folly in fools bears not so strong a note as foolery in the wise, when wit doth dote, since all the power thereof it doth apply, to prove by wit worth and simplicity.
Oh, here comes Boyer, and mirth is in his face.
By gar, I am stabbed with laughter. Where's her grace?
Thy news, Boyer.
Prepare, madame, prepare. Arm, wenches, arm, encounters mounted are. Against your peace, love doth approach disguised. Armed in arguments, you'll be surprised. Master your wits, stand in your own defense, or hide your heads like cowards and fly hence.
Saint Denis to Saint Cupid, what are they that they charge their breath against us? Say, scout, say.
Under the cool shade of a sycamore, I thought to close mine eyes some half an hour, when lo, to interrupt my purposed rest, towards that shade I might behold addressed the king and his companions. Warily I stole into a neighbor thicket by, and overheard what you shall overhear, that by and by, disguised they will be here, The herald is a pretty knavish page, that well by heart hath conned his embassage. Action and accent did they teach him there. Thus must thou speak, and thus thy body bear. And ever and anon they made a doubt presence majestical would put him out. For, quoth the king, an angel shalt thou see, yet fear not thou, but speak audaciously. The boy replied, an angel is not evil. I should have feared her had she been a devil. With that, all laughed and clapped him on the shoulder, making the bold wag by their praises bolder. One rubbed his elbow thus, and fleered and swore. A better speech was never spoke before. Another with his finger and thumb cried, Via, we will do it, come what will come. The third he capered and cried, all goes well. The fourth turned on the toe, and down he fell. With that they all did tumble on the ground, with such zealous laughter so profound, that in his spleen ridiculous appears, to check their folly, passion's solemn tears.
But what, come they to visit us?
They do, and are apparelled thus, like Muscovites, or Russians, as I guess. Their purpose is to parley, to court, to dance, and every one his love fit will advance unto his several mistress, which they'll know by favors several which they did bestow.
And will they so? The gallants shall be tasked, for ladies we shall have every one be masked, and not a man of them shall have the grace, despite of suit, to see a lady's face. Hold, Rosaline, this favour thou shalt wear, and then the king will court thee for his dear. Hold, take thou this sweet, and give me thine, so shall Byron take me for Rosaline. And change your favours too, so shall your loves woo contrary deceived by these removes.
Come on then, where the favour's most in sight.
What is this changing? What is your intent?
The effect of my intent is to cross theirs. They do it but in mocking merriment, and mock for mock is only my intent. There are several counsels they unbosom, shall two loves mistook, and so be mocked withal upon the next occasion that we meet, with visages displayed to talk and greet.
But shall we dance if they desire to it?
No, to the death. We will not move a foot, nor to their pen's speech render we no grace, but while 'tis spoke, each turn away her face.
Why, that contempt will kill the speaker's art, and quite divorce his memory from his part.
Therefore I do it, and I make no doubt the rest will never come in if he be out. There's no such sport as sport by sport overthrown, to make theirs ours and ours none but our own. So shall we stay, mocking intended game, and they, well mocked, depart away with shame.
Ah, the trumpets sound! Be masked, the maskers come.
All hail the richest beauties of the earth on the earth.
Oh, beauty's no richer than rich taffeta.
A holy parcel of the fairest dames that ever turned their backs to mortal views.
Did you say the line, dear Byron? Oh, you said no sound over here.
No sound.
No sound over here. Dear sweet queen.
Did you?
And the poll has spoken.
Ever turned their mics to mortal views?
Their eyes, villain, their eyes!
That ever turned their eyes to mortal views? Off, out,
Who? Out indeed.
Out of your favors, heavenly spirits, vouchsafe not to behold.
Wants to behold, rogue!
Wants to behold with your sunbeamed eyes, with your sunbeamed eyes.
They will not answer to that epithet. You had best call it daughter-beamed eyes.
They do not mock me, and that brings me out.
Is this your perfectness? Be gone, you rogue!
What would these strangers know their minds, Boyette? If they do speak our language, 'tis our will that some plain men recount their purposes, know what they would.
What would you with the princess?
Nothing but peace and gentle visitation.
What would they, say they?
Nothing but peace and gentle visitation.
Why, that they have, and bid them so be gone.
She says ye have it, and you may be gone.
Say to her, we have measured many miles to tread a measure with her on this grass.
They say that they have measured many a mile to tread a measure with you on this grass.
It is not so. Ask them how many inches is in 1 mile. If they have measured many, then measure then of one is easily told.
If to come hither you have measured miles and many miles, the princess bids you tell how many inches doth fill up 1 mile.
Tell her we measure them by weary steps.
She hears herself.
How many weary steps of many weary miles you have o'ergone are numbered in the travel of 1 mile?
Oh, we number nothing that we spend for you. Our duty is so rich, so infinite, that we may do it still without account. Vouchsafe to show the sunshine of your face, that we, like savages, may worship it.
My face is but a moon, and clouded too.
Blessed are clouds to do as such clouds do. Vouchsafe, bright moon, and these thy stars to shine, those clouds removed upon our watery eyne.
O vain petitioner, beg a greater matter. Thou now request but moonshine in the water.
Then in our measure do but vouchsafe one change. Thou bidst me beg. This begging is not strange.
Play music then. Nay, you must do it soon. Not yet, no dance. Thus change, I like the moon.
Will you not dance? How come you thus estranged?
You took the moon at full, but now she's changed.
Yet still she is the moon, and I the man. The music plays. Vouchsafe some motion to it.
Our ears vouchsafe it.
But your legs should do it.
Since you are strangers and come here by chance, will not be nice. Take hands, we will not dance.
Why we take hands then?
Only to part friends. Curtsy, sweethearts, and so the measure ends.
Oh, more measure of this measure. Be not nice.
We can afford no more at such a price.
Prize you yourselves? What buys your company?
Your absence only.
That can never be.
Then cannot we be bought, and so adieu. Twice to your visor, and half once to you.
If you deny to dance, let's hold more chat.
In private, then.
I am best pleased with that.
A white-handed mistress, one sweet word with thee.
Honey and milk and sugar. There's 3.
Nay then, 2 trays, and if you would grow so nice, methcalin, wort, and malmsey. Well run, dice. There's half a dozen sweets.
7th sweet. Adieu. Since you can cog, I'll play no more with you.
1 word in secret?
Let it not be sweet.
Thou grievous my gall.
Gall, bitter.
Therefore we meet.
Will you vouchsafe with me to change a word?
Name it.
Fair lady.
Say you so, a fair lord. Take that, your fair lady.
Please it you, as much in private, and I'll bid adieu.
What was your visit, maids, without a tongue?
I know the reason, lady, why you ask.
For your reason. Quickly, sir, I know.
You have a double tongue within your mask, and would afford my speechless wizard half.
Veal, quoth the Dutchman, is not veal a calf?
A calf, fair lady?
No, a fair lord calf.
Let's part the word.
No, I'll not be your half. Take all and veal it. It may prove an ox.
Look how you butt yourself into these sharp mocks. Will you give horns, chaste lady? Do not so.
Then die a calf, before your horns do grow.
One word in private with you ere I die.
Bleat softly then, the butcher hears you cry.
The tongues of mocking wenches are as keen as is the razor's edge invisible, cutting a smaller hair than may be seen. Above this sense of sense so sensible, seemeth their conference, their conceits of wings, fleeter than arrows, bullets, wind thought swifter things.
Not one word more, my maids. Break off, break off.
By heaven! All dry beaten with pure scoff.
Farewell, mad wenches, you have simple wits.
20 adieus, my frozen Muscovites. Are these the bread of wits so wondered at?
Tapers they are, with your sweet breaths puffed out.
Well liking wits they have, gross, gross, fat, fat.
Oh, poverty and wit, kingly poor flout, will they not think you hang themselves tonight, or ever but in vizards show their faces? This pert Byron was out of countenance quite.
Oh, they were all in lamentable cases. The king was weeping right for a good word.
Byron did swear himself out of all suit.
Dumaine was at my service and his sword. Non-point, quoth I, my servant straight was mute.
Lord Longueville said I came on his heart, and throw you what he called me.
Qualm, perhaps?
Yes, in good faith.
Go, sickness as thou art.
Well, better wits have worn plain statuette caps. But will you hear? The king is my love sworn.
And quick Byron hath plighted faith to me.
And Longueville was for my service bon.
Dumaine is mine, as sure as bark on tree.
Madame and pretty mistresses give ear. Immediately they will again be here in their own shapes, for it can never be. They will digest this harsh indignity.
Will they return?
They will, God knows, and leap for joy, though they are lame with blows. Therefore change favors, and, when they repair, blow like sweet roses in this summer air.
How blow? How blow? Speak to be understood.
Oh, fair ladies, masked are roses in their bud. Dismasked, their dismask sweet commixture shown. Angels veiling clouds and roses blown.
Avant perplexity, what shall we do if they return in their own shapes to woo?
Good madam, if by me you'll be advised, let's mock them still, as well known as disguise. Let us complain to them what fools were here, disguised like Muscovites in shapeless gear, and wonder what they were, and to what end their shallow shows and prolonged vilely penned, and their rough carriage so ridiculous should be presented at our tent to us.
Ladies, withdraw. The gallants are at hand. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Ladies, withdraw. The gallants are at hand.
Whip to our tents as roes run over land.
Fair sir, God save you. Where's the princess?
Oh, Gone to a tent. Please it your majesty. Command me any service to her thither?
That she vouchsafe me audience for one word.
I will, and so will she. I know, my lord.
This fellow pecks up wit as pigeons please, and utter it again when God doth please. He is a wits peddler, and retains his wares at wakes and wassels, meetings, markets, and fairs. And we that sell by gross, the Lord doth know, have not the grace to grace it with such show. This gallant pins the wenches on his sleeve. Had he been Adam, he had tempted Eve. I can carve too and lisp. Why, this is he that kissed his hand away in courtesy. This is the ape of form, Monsieur the Nice, that when he plays at tables chides the dice. In honorable terms, nay, he can sing a mean most meanly, and in ushering mend him who can. The ladies call him sweet. The stairs he treads on them, kiss his feet. This is the flower that smiles on everyone to show his teeth as white as whalebone, and in consciousness that will not die in debt, pay him the due honey-tongued boyette.
Stir on his sweet tongue with my heart, that put Armado's page out of his part.
See where it comes. Behavior, what wert thou till this madam showed thee, and what art thou now?
Oh, all hail, sweet madam, and fair time of the day.
Fair in all hail is foul as I conceive.
Construe my speech as better, if you may.
Then wish me better. I will give you leave.
We came to visit you, and purpose now to lead you to our court. Vouchsafe it then.
This field shall hold me, and so hold your vow. Nor God nor I delights in perjured men.
Rebuke me not for that which you provoke. The virtue of your eye must break my oath.
Your nickname, virtue. Vice you should have spoke, for virtue's office never breaks men's troth. Now by my maiden honor, yet as pure as the unsullied lily, I protest, a world of torments though I should endure, I would not yield to be your house's guest. So much I hate a breaking cause to be of heavenly oaths vowed with integrity.
Oh, you have lived in desolation here, unseen, unvisited, much to our shame.
Not so, my lord. It is not so, I swear. We have had pastimes here and pleasant game. A mess of Russians left us but of late.
How, madam? Russians?
Ay, in truth, my lord, trim gallants, full of courtship and of state.
Madam speaks true. It is not so, my lord. My lady, to the manner of the days, in courtesy gives undeserving praise. We four indeed confronted wherewith four in Russian habit. Here they stayed an hour and talked apace, and in that hour, my lord, they did not bless us with one happy word. I dare not call them fools, but this I think, when they are thirsty, fools would fain have drink.
This jest is dry to me. Fair, gentle, sweet, your wit makes wise things foolish. When we greet with eyes best seeing, heaven's fiery eye by light we lose light. Your capacity is of that nature that to your huge store wise things seem foolish and rich things but poor.
This proves you wise and rich, for in mine eye
I am a fool and full of poverty.
But that you take what doth to you belong, it were a fault to snatch words from my tongue.
Oh, I am yours and all that I possess.
All the fool mine?
I cannot give you less.
Which of the visors was it that you wore?
Where? When? What vizard? What demand you this?
There, then, that vizard. That superfluous case that hid the worst and showed the better face.
We are descried, they'll mock us now downright.
Let us confess and turn it into a jest.
Amazed, my lord, why look your highness sad?
Help! Hold his brows, he'll swoon. Why look you so pale? Seasick, I think, coming from Muscovy.
Thus pour the stars down plagues for perjury. Can any face of brass hold longer out? Here stand I, lady, dart thy skill at me. Bruise me with scorn, confound me with flout. Thrust thy sharp wit quite through my ignorance. Cut me to pieces with thy keen conceit, and I will wish thee ne'er more to dance, nor never more in Russian habit wait. Never will I trust to speeches penned, nor to the motion of a schoolboy's tongue, nor never come in vizards to my friend, nor woo in rhyme like a blind harper's song. Taffeta phrases, silken terms precise, 3-piled hyperboles, spruced affection, figures pedantical. These summer flies have blown me full of maggot ostentation. I do forswear them. And here I protest by this white glove. How white the hand, God knows. Henceforth, my wooing mind shall be expressed in Russian yeas and honest Kiersey noes. And to begin, wench, so God help me la, my love to thee is sound, sans crack or flaw.
Sans, I pray you.
Yet I have a trick of the old rage. Bear with me, I am sick. I'll leave it by degrees. Soft, let us see. Write, Lord, have mercy on us on those three. They are inflicted, in their hearts it lies. They have the plague and caught it of your eyes. These lords are visited. You are not free, for the Lord's tokens on you I do see.
No, they are free that gave these tokens to us.
Our states are forfeit. Seek not unto us.
It is not so, for how can this be true that you stand forfeit, being those that sue?
Peace! For I will have naught to do with you.
Nor shall not, if I do as I intend.
Speak for yourselves, my wit is at an end.
Teach us, sweet madam, for our rude transgression some fair excuse.
The fairest is confession. Were not you here, but even now disguised?
Madam, I was.
And were you well advised?
I was, fair madam.
When you then were here, what did you whisper in your lady's ear?
That more than all the world I did respect her.
When she shall challenge this, you will reject her.
Upon mine honor, no.
Peace, peace, forbear. Your oath once broke, you force not to forswear.
Despise me when I break this oath of mine.
I will, and therefore keep it. Rosaline, what did the Rushman whisper in your ear?
Madam, he swore that he did hold me dear, as precious eyesight, and did value me above this world, adding thereto moreover that he would wed me or else die my lover.
God give thee joy of him. The noble lord most honorably doth unhold his word.
What mean you, madam? By my life, my troth, I never swore this lady such an oath.
By heaven you did, and to confirm it plain, you gave me this. But take it, sir, again.
My faith, and this the princess I did give. I knew her by this jewel on her sleeve.
Pardon me, sir, this jewel did she wear, and Lord Byron, I think him is my dear. What will you have me, or your pearl again?
Neither of either. I remit both twain. I see the trick on it. Here was a consent, knowing aforehand of our merriment, to dash it like a Christmas comedy, some carry tale, some please man, some slight zany, some mumble news, some treacher knight, some dick that smiles his cheek in years and knows the trick. to make my lady laugh when she's disposed to hold our intents before, which once disclosed, the lady did change favors, and then we, following the signs, wooed but the sign of she. Now to our perjury to add more terror, we are again forsworn, and in will and error. Much upon this it is, and might not you forestall our sport to make us thus untrue? Do not you know my lady's foot by the squire, and laugh upon the apple of her eye, and stand between her back, sir, and the fire, holding a trencher, jesting merrily? You put our page out. Go, you are allowed. Die when you will, a smock shall be your shroud. You leer upon me, do you? Here's an eye wound like a leaden sword.
Full merrily hath this brave menage this career been run.
Lo! He is tilting straight. Peace, I have done. Welcome, pure wit. Thou partest a fair fray.
Oh, Lord, sir, they would know whether the 3 worthies shall come in or no.
What? Are there but 3?
No, sir, but it is very fine, for every one presents 3.
And 3 times thrice is 9.
Not so, sir. Under correction, sir. I hope it is not so. You cannot beg us, sir. I can assure you, sir, we know what we know. I hope, sir, 3 times thrice, sir.
Is not 9.
Under correction, sir. We know where until it doth amount.
By Jove, I always took 3 threes for 9.
Oh, Lord, sir. It were pity you should get your living by reckoning, sir.
How much is it?
Oh, Lord, sir, the parties themselves, the actors, sir, will show where until it doth amount. For mine own part, I am, as they say, but to perfect one man and one poor man, Pompey the Great, sir.
Art thou one of the worthies?
It pleased them to think me worthy of Pompey the Great. For mine own part, I know not the degree of the worthy, but I am to stand for him.
Go, bid them prepare.
We will turn it finely off, sir. We will take some care.
Byron, they will shame us. Let them not approach.
We are shame-proof, my lord. And 'tis some policy to have one show worse than the king's and his company.
I say they shall not come.
Nay, my good lord, let me overrule you now. That sport best pleases that doth least not know how. Where zeal strives to content, and the contents dies in the zeal of that which it presents. Their form confounded makes most form in mirth, when great things is laboring, perishing in their birth.
A right description of our sport, my lord.
Anointed! I implore so much expense of thy royal sweet breath as will utter a brace of words.
Doth this man serve God?
Why ask you?
He speaks not like a man of God's making.
That is all one, my fair sweet honey monarch, for I protest, the schoolmaster is exceeding fantastical. Too vain, too vain. But we will put it, as they say, to fortuna de la guerra. I wish you the peace of mind, most royal couplement.
Here is like to be a good presence of worthies. He presents Hector of Troy, the swain Pompey the Great, the Paris curate Alexander, Armado's page Hercules, the pedant Judas Maccabeus, and if these 4 worthies in their first show thrive, these 4 will change habits and present the other 5.
There is 5 in the first show.
You are deceived, 'tis not so.
The pedant, the braggart, the hedge priest, the fool, and the boy. Abate throw at novum, and the whole world again cannot pick out 5 such. Take each one in his vein.
The ship is under sail, and here she comes amain.
I, Pompey, am...
You lie, you are not he.
I, Pompey, am...
With leopard's head on knee.
Well said, old mocker. I must needs be friends with thee.
I, Pompey, am. Pompey, surnamed the Big.
The Great?
It is. Great, sir. Pompey, surnamed the Great, that often field with targe and shield did make my foe to sweat. And traveling along this coast, I hear him come by chance, and lay my arms before the legs of the sweet lass of France. If your ladyship would say, thanks, Pompey, I had done.
Great, thanks, great Pompey.
'Tis not so much worth, but I hope I was perfect. I made a little fault in great.
My hat to a halfpenny, Pompey proves the best worthy.
When in the world I lived, I was the world's commander. By east, west, north, and south, I spread my conquering might. That thing plain declares that I am Alexander.
Your nose says no. You are not, for it stands too right.
Your nose smells no in this most tender-smelling night.
The conqueror is dismayed. Proceed, good Alexander.
When in the world I lived, I was the world's commander.
Most true, 'tis right, you were so, Alexander.
Pompey the Great!
Your servant and costard.
Take away the conqueror. Take away Alexander.
Oh, sir, you have overthrown Alexander the Conqueror. You'll be scraped out of the painted cloth for this. Your lion that holds his poleaxe sitting on a close stool will be given to Ajax. He shall be the ninth worthy. A conqueror and afeard to speak. Run away for shame, Alexander. There, and shall please you, a foolish mild man, an honest man, look you, and soon dashed. He is a marvelous good neighbor, faith, and a very good bowler. But for Alexander, alas, ye see how 'tis. A little o'erparted. But there are worthies a-coming will speak their mind in some other sort.
Great Hercules is presented by this imp, whose club killed Cerberus, that three-headed Canis, and when he was a babe, a child, a shrimp, thus he did strangle serpents in his manus. Quoniam he seemeth in minority, ergo I come with this apology. Keep some state in thy exit, and vanish. Judas I am.
A Judas?
Not Iscariot, sir. Judas I am, eclipsed Maccabeus.
Judas Maccabeus clipped is plain Judas.
A kissing traitor. How art thou proved, Judas?
Judas I am.
The more shame for you, Judas.
What mean you, sir?
To make Judas hang himself.
Begin, sir. You were my elder.
Oh, well followed. Judas was hanged on an elder.
I will not be put out of countenance.
Because thou hast no face.
What is this?
A cittern head.
The head of a bodkin.
A death's face in a ring.
The face of an old Roman coin scarce seen.
The pommel of Caesar's falchion.
The carved bone face on a flask.
St. George's half cheek in a brooch.
Aye, and in a brooch of lead.
Aye, and worn in the cap of a tooth drawer. And now forward, for we have put thee in countenance.
You've put me out of countenance.
False, we have given thee three faces.
But you have outfaced them all.
And thou wert a lion, we would do so.
Therefore, as he is an ass, let him go. And so adieu, sweet Jude. Nay, why dost thou stay?
For the latter end of his name.
For the ass to the Jude. Give it him! Jude ass! Away!
This is not generous, not gentle, not humble.
A light for Monsieur Judas. It grows dark. He may stumble.
Alas, poor Maccabeus, how hath he been baited?
Oh, hide thy head, Achilles. Here comes Hector in arms.
Though my mocks come home by me, I'll now be wary. Be merry.
Hector was but a Trojan in respect of this.
But is this Hector?
I think Hector was not so clean-timbered.
His leg is too big for Hector's.
More calf, certain.
No, he is best endued in the small.
This cannot be Hector.
He's a god or a painter, for he makes faces.
The omnipotent Mars of Lances the Almighty gave Hector a gift.
A gilt nutmeg.
A lemon!
Stuck with cloves.
No, cloven.
Peace! The omnipotent Mars of Lances the Almighty gave Hector a gift, the heir of Ilion, a man so breathed that certain he would fight, yea, from morn till night out of his pavilion. I am that flower.
That mint.
That columbine.
Sweet Lord Longueville, rein your tongue.
I must rather give it the rein, for it runs against Hector.
Aye, and Hector's a greyhound.
The sweet war man is dead and rotten, sweet chucks. Beat not the bones of the buried. When he breathed, he was a man. But I will forward with my device. Sweet royalty, bestow on me the sense of hearing.
Speak, brave Hector, we are much delighted.
I do adore thy sweet grace's slipper.
Loves her by the foot.
He may not by the yard.
This Hector far surmounted Hannibal.
The party is gone, fellow Hector. She is gone. She's 2 months on her way.
What meanest thou?
Faith, unless you play the honest Trojan. The poor wench is cast away. She's quick. The child brags in her belly already. 'Tis yours.
Dost thou infeminize me among potentates? Thou shalt die.
Then shall Hector be whipped for Jaconetta that is quick by him, and hanged for Pompey that is dead by him.
Most rare Pompey.
Oh, renowned Pompey!
Greater than great Pompey! Pompey the Huge!
Hector trembles.
Pompey is moved! More hate! Stir them on!
Hector will challenge him.
Aye, and if I have no man's blood in his belly, then will sup a flea.
By the North Pole I do challenge thee.
I will not fight with a pole like a northern man. I'll slash. I'll do it by the sword. I pray you, let me borrow my arms again.
Room for the incensed worthies.
I'll do it in my shirt.
Most resolute Pompey.
Master, let me take you a buttonhole lore. Do you not see Pompey is uncasing for the combat? What mean you? You will lose your reputation.
Gentlemen and soldiers, pardon me. I will not combat in my shirt.
You may not deny it. Pompey hath made the challenge.
Sweet bloods, I both may and will.
What reason have you for it?
The naked truth of it is I have no shirt, like a woolward for penance.
True, and it was enjoined him in Rome for want of linen, since when, I'll be sworn, he wore none but a dishclout of Jaconettas, and that wears next his heart for a favour.
God save you, madam.
Welcome, Mercade, but that thou interrupts our merriment.
I am sorry, madam, for the news I bring is heavy in my tongue. The king, your father.
Dead. For my life.
Even so. My tale is told.
Worthies, away, the scene begins to cloud.
For mine own part, I breathe free breath. I've seen the day of wrong through the little hole of discretion, and I'll right myself like a soldier.
How fares your majesty?
Boyer, prepare. I will away tonight.
Madam, not so. I do beseech you, stay.
Prepare, I say. I thank you, gracious lords, for all your fair endeavours, and entreat out of a new, sad soul that you vouchsafe in your rich wisdom to excuse or hide the liberal opposition of our spirits. If overboldly we have borne ourselves in the converse of breath, your gentleness was guilty of it. Farewell, worthy lord. A heavy heart bears not a nimble tongue. Excuse me so, coming too short of thanks for my great suit so easily obtained.
The extreme parts of time extremely forms all causes to the purpose of his speed, and often at his very loose decides that which long process could not arbitrate. And though the morning brow of progeny forbid the smiling courtesy of love, the holy suit which fain it would convince, yet since love's argument was first on foot, let not the cloud of sorrow justle it from what it purposed. Since to wail friends lost is not by much so wholesome profitable as to rejoice at friends but newly found.
I understand you not. My griefs are double.
Honest plain words best pierce the ear of grief, and by these badges understand the king. For your fair sakes we have neglected time, played foul play with our oaths. Your beauty's lady hath much deformed us, fashioning our humors even to the opposed end of our intents. And what in us hath seemed ridiculous, as love is full of unbefitting strains, all wanton as a child skipping in vain, formed by the eye and therefore like the eye, full of strange shapes, of habits and of forms, varying in subjects as the eye doth roll to ever varied object in his glance, which party-coated presence of loose love put on by us, if in your heavenly eyes have become our oaths and gravities. Those heavenly eyes that look into these faults suggested us to make. Therefore, ladies, our love being yours, the error that love makes is likewise yours. We to ourselves prove false by being once false forever to be true to those that make us both. Fair ladies, you. And even that falsehood in itself is sin, thus purifies itself and turns to grace.
We have received your letters full of love, your favors, the ambassadors of love, and in our maiden council rated them at courtship pleasant jest and courtesy, as bombast and as lining to this time. But more devout than this in our respects have we not been, and therefore match your loves in their own fashion, like a merriment.
Our letters, madam, showed much more than jest.
So did our looks.
Did not quote them so.
Now at the latest minute of the hour, grant us your loves.
A time, methinks, too short to make a world without in bargain in. No, no, my lord, your grace is perjured much, full of dear guiltiness, and therefore this. If for my love, as there is no such cause, you will do aught, this shall you do for me. Your oath I will not trust, but go with speed to some forlorn and naked hermitage, remote from all the pleasures of the world. There stay until the 12 celestial signs have brought about the annual reckoning. If this austere and sociable life change not your offer made in heat of blood, if frost and fast, hard lodging and thin weeds nip not the gaudy blossoms of your love, but that it bear this trial and last love, then at the expiration of the year, come challenge me. Challenge me by these deserts, and by this virgin palm now kissing thine, I will be thine. Until that instant, shut my woeful self up in a mourning house, raining the tears of lamentation for the remembrance of my father's death. If this thou do deny, let our hands part, neither entitled in the other's heart.
If this or more than this I would deny, to flatter up these powers of mine with rest, the sudden hand of death close up mine eye. Hence ever then my heart is in thy breast.
But what to me, my love? But what to me, a wife?
Albeit fair health and honesty, with threefold love, I wish you all these three.
Oh, shall I say, I thank you, gentle wife?
No, not so, my lord. 12 months and a day. I'll mark no words that smooth-faced wooers say. Come with, when the king doth to my lady come, then, if I have much love, I'll give you some.
I'll serve thee true and faithfully till then.
Yet swear not, let ye be forsworn again.
What says Maria?
At the 12 months' end, I'll change my black gown for a faithful friend.
I'll stay with patience, but the time is long.
The like are you, few taller are so young.
Studies, my lady? Mistress, look on me. Behold the window of mine heart, mine eye. What humble suit attends thine answer there? Impose some service on me for thy love.
Oft have I heard of you, my Lord Byron, before I saw you, and the world's large tongue proclaims you for a man replete with mocks, full of comparisons and wounding flouts, which you all on estates will execute that lie within the mercy of your wit. To weed this wormwood from your fruitful brain, and therewithal to win me, if you please, without the which I am not to be won. You shall, with this 12-month term, from day to day, visit the speechless sick, and still converse with groaning wretches, and your task shall be, with all the fierce endeavor of your wit, to enforce the pained impotent to smile.
To move wild laughter in the throat of death? It cannot be. It is impossible. Mirth cannot move a soul in agony.
Why, that's the way to choke a giving spirit, whose influence is begot of that loose grace, which shallow, laughing hearers give to fools. Just prosperity lies in the ear of him that hears it, never in the tongue of him who makes it. Then, if sickly ears, deafed with the clamors of their own dear groans, will hear your idle scorns, continue then, and I will have you, and that fault withal. But if they will not, throw away that spirit, and I shall find you empty of that fault, right joyful of your reformation.
A 12-month. Well, befall what will befall, I'll just a 12-month in a hospital.
Aye, sweet my lord, and so I take my leave.
No, madam, we will bring you on your way.
Our wooing doth not end like an old play. Jack hath not Jill. These ladies' courtesy might well have made our sport a comedy.
Come, sir, it wants a 12-month and a day, and then 'twill end.
Ah, that's too long for a play.
Sweet Majesty, vouchsafe me.
Was not that Hector?
The worthy knight of Troy.
I will kiss thy royal finger and take leave. I am a votary. I vowed to Jaquenetta to hold the plough for her sweet love 3 years. But, most esteemed greatness, will you hear the dialogue that the two learned men have compiled in praise of the owl and the cuckoo? It should have followed in the end of our show.
Call them forth quickly, we will do so.
Holla! Approach! This side is Hemes, winter. This, Ver, the spring. The one maintained by the owl, the other by the cuckoo. Ver, begin. When daisies pied and violets blew, and lady smocks all silver white, and cuckoo birds of yellow hue, do paint the meadows with delight. The cuckoo then on every tree mocks married men, mocks married men, mocks married men, for thus sings he, cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Oh, word of fear, oh, word of fear, unpleasing to a married ear, unpleasing to a married ear. When shepherds pipe on oaten straws, and merry larks are ploughmen's clocks, when turtles tread in rocks and daws, and maidens bleach their summer smocks, the cuckoo then on every tree mocks married men, mocks married men, mocks married men, for thus sings he, cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Oh, word of fear, oh, word of fear, unpleasing to a married ear, unpleasing to a married ear. When icicles hang by the wall, and Dick the shepherd blows his nail, and Tom bears logs into the hall, and milk comes frozen home in pail. When blood is nipped and ways befell, then nightly sings, then nightly sings, then nightly sings the stirring bell, to it, to it, to who, to who, to who. A merry note, a merry note, while greasy Joan doth kill the pot, while greasy Joan doth kill the pot. When all aloud the wind doth blow, and coughing drowns the parson's saw, and birds head brooding in the snow, and Marion's nose looks red and raw, when roasted crops is in the bowl, then nightly sings, then nightly sings, then nightly sings the stirring bell, to it, to it, to who, to who, to who. A merry note, a merry note, while greasy Joan doth kill the pot, while greasy Joan doth kill the pot. The words of Mercury are harsh after the songs of Apollo. You that way, we this way.
Holy shit!
And
you
that's
killed
the
that
end
song!
of the that's the end of the show.
And that's how.
What? Okay, I have a confession. I learned that song in high school.
We don't care when you learned it.
That was amazing!
Just the fact that you brought it.
Can I just
Bob, and like, my time is now.
Can I just have a musical with Bob and Larise just singing?
Whoa! Everyone stop all the things that you're doing. And Bob learns this song in high school.
Show these bitches.
Yes.
Bob learns this song in high school. And the randomizer casts him in the part that he's gonna sing the song.
Right? Chaos and Fate!
Oh, God!
All hail the randomizer.
Perfect.
Oh, my God.
Randomizer. Obviously, the universe had something in mind and knew it was coming.
The randomizer wanted a musical.
So we got
So we
Rory
got
on Moth. We got Bob on friggin' Adriano. We had Ellie and fucking Gabo over there making eyes at each other all day long.
The
I
spreadsheet
have just this
randomizer is very
outrageous
good to us.
accent. You could have anybody done it.
They cast some of us who do French accents almost daily as French people.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Oh my god, the casting on this it couldn't have been better.
Seriously. I want to play a fuckboy forever now.
Hey, I have an idea. I have an idea.
we need to do Grease, and we will let Sarah be Kaniki, and me and Katie have to be Sandy and Danny.
I get to be Rizzo.
Oh my god.
Yeah!
I call Rizzo.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Don't DMCA
Like, does
us.
he have a
Don't-
car?
I already have a jacket.
Is Grease lightning?
Don't get us DMCA.
Yeah, Kate
Nobody.
has to be Danny, and I'll be Sandy, and we'll romance each other. We'll do this. You
Oh
can
my God.
grab my boob in a car, and I'll throw the ring at you.
Great.
Wow.
That's the best green light you're ever gonna get. Don't pass up. Don't pass up.
Say consent.
Look, I was gonna say that sounds like enthusiastic consent.
That sounds like enthusiastic consent to me.
Always.
Oh
Always
my God.
with Katie.
Consent is sexy.
Don't pass.
Consent
That
is sexy.
that is a green light you must not pass up.
Enthusiastic consent is sexy.
Do it.
Consent is
Oh,
sexy.
heck yeah.
And on the note of consent is sexy, I think that's where we should
Yep, there we
end
go.
it.
Finish? Should we finish?
We should finish.
You should always finish.
I mean,
Are
this
we not doing
has been a horny
that
and thirsty
that
show.
horny jail is going to be very crowded tonight.
So, at the end of a horny and thirsty show, once we get
Me and
enthusiastic
Dragon on the
consent,
outside
it's time to
bailing him
finish.
Giggity. Time for the big finish.
Well,
It is.
And then the aftercare.
I'm not a smoker.
hydrate,
but
everyone,
I need
for
a cigarette,
Sooth.
and I don't know why.
everyone hydrate.
Please. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Not hydrating.
before we close out this episode of What Streams May Come, we do want you to be able to find our lovely performers in their other projects and the other presences they bring to the interwebs. So, a few of them have asked to lead you in the ways of their creativity. So we will begin tonight with Miss Goblin Katie.
Hello, everybody. I had an amazing night. What
Yes,
a
you
phenomenal
did.
cast. Holy cow. I am Goblin Katie, aka Katie Downey. You can find me on all socials at Goblin Katie. Every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is tomorrow. I'm just saying. You can catch me at 11 a.m. on the Classic Brunch stream, where myself and D&D Jordan Lee stream Classic World of Warcraft. And then at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. Pacific, you can catch me on twitch.tv/rockpunchatl and twitch.tv/D&D. We're hosted by the... What are you doing?
I'm trying to show off the
trying to
D4
show off the
logo
glass.
on the cup.
Oh, okay. You can catch me on D4, which is a 5th edition D&D stream run by the amazingly talented Dustin Fletcher, who happens to know Ashley, and Devin Henderson, whose
Somehow.
birthday was this week, so you have to
That's okay.
tune in on Sunday because it's his birthday wish.
Yes. Happy belated birthday, Devin.
And this Tuesday at 8 p.m., you can catch me on Mini Terrain Domain for the final episode of Harper's Tale, Hope and Redemption. We have gone through this entire story without killing anything. Can we make it through the final episode without killing anything?
Oh,
It's
I thought you were
worth
referring
finding
to
out.
D4, and I was about to call you out.
So, also bookable for birthday parties as a Finn impersonator.
Everything dies.
Yep.
There is a giant dragon that says otherwise, that nothing has died.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also
Very
now
angry,
bookable at your
very
birthday
dead
party.
dragon. No, that's Harper's Tale where nothing has died.
Yep.
But I hope you guys will join us and look forward to seeing you there. If you tune in, say hi. If I'm in chat, I will say hi back. I love seeing folks. So, mwah. Thank you for this opportunity, and y'all have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Goblin. Pleasure as always, and you know what? You don't miss. You always bring the fight to the mic. So
And the mic always wins.
It tends to. All right, next up we have the lovely Ellie Collins.
Hey everybody, I'm so glad to be back doing this show. You can catch me on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. at twitch.tv/ATL by night. We do a Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition actual play show. We are currently in our off season we just finished our 4th season, but you can catch up on all that on YouTube. I have a lot of games coming up that you can find more info about on my Twitter at Ellie_A_Collins, including a upcoming
2-part Vampire the Masquerade game that is a old-style Western train heist told from the perspective of the Anarchs and the Camarilla. And so we have the cast for that's getting announced soon-ish, but we have some very, very amazing people that are involved in it. If you're into D&D, there's going to be some familiar faces from the streaming community. So make sure to check that out. I will be tweeting information about that sometime soon.
I'm really sad I'm not a part of that. That sounds
And
fun.
thank you guys again so much. It was a ton of fun, as always.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Next up, we have maybe the most dedicated and sleep-deprived member of the cast, the lovely Larai.
Me?
Yes!
It's almost 4 a.m. Not
Oh
as bad
my
as last
God.
time. I'm awake. I'm always awake.
He lives far, far away. you
Across the pond.
I am European and gay. I'm gay and European.
Hey!
Hey!
Like the double factor.
Yeah.
We're not going to sing that song either.
No.
DMCA.
No.
DMCA.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Larai. I am an actual real life bard sometimes. I make songs sometimes. I record them sometimes. And then I make a music video within a week because I'm insane sometimes. And you can find that on the Chaotic Lawful Inc. YouTube if you want to look for those, if you want to hear more music from my mouth. But I also do a lot of other things. For example, coming up on Chaotic Lawful Inc., not to be confused with Chaotic Tiefling, we are doing Pro Bono Week from March 28th until April 4th, which will be a whole shit ton of one-shots, all for charity. So, we need as many people as we can get to be there to donate. And we have so many giveaway prizes. So many people came and want to be like, I want to donate candles. I want to donate a dice vault. I want to donate t-shirts. We have everything. Like, you can get probably like your entire house outfitted with D&D gear if you win all the giveaways. So, just participate. The more you donate, the more chance you get to win. But also without donating, you can also get chances to win. So it's, we're spreading the love of the TTRPG community. This grew way further than I thought it would, and I'm very excited. Also sleep deprived, but
I feel
it's
that.
exciting. Pro Bono Week, plug it, share it, come watch our one-shots. Some people that are not here today and some people that are here today have signed up to maybe be in a one-shot, so who knows?
Boom!
I'd see some familiar faces. Yeah. I'm not doing the planning. I'm so happy that I don't have to choose. Oh, God. So, that's coming up. And otherwise, I variety stream. Not right now, because I'm on vacation, technically. But I play games. I do a D&D actual play on Saturdays. So I came from that straight here. And, oh man, yeah, you should just follow me. I do a lot of things.
So many things.
No, go get some
things.
sleep, please, before you pass out in front of us.
It's adrenaline is all. It's fine. I'm fine.
It's the best.
But thank you so much for having me again. I'm so excited to
we're
be
so
back.
happy.
You did great.
I love Moth forever because of you.
Yes.
My job here is done.
Moth
In
is
this
best
house
boy.
we stand Moth. Yeah.
Exeunt pursued by sleep demons.
Fair.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Gleam Demon.
Pursued by Gleam Demons? What?
Yes, pursued by Gleam Demon.
Yes.
Hi, folks. I'm your friendly neighbor. Oh, there you go. That's my new theme song right there. I'm your friendly neighborhood Gleam Demon. I do a lot of RPG stuff here on Twitch. On Monday mornings, though, I stream. Yeah, I said mornings because I'm a crazy person. I stream Warframe from 10 o'clock to noon over for Central Time. Wednesdays and Fridays are RPG days. Currently, I am playing through Earthlock, the new edition of the game. Lovely, by the way. Thursday nights, you can hop on my stream at 7 p.m. and watch me do art things. For those of you who haven't been keeping up with me, I saw that look on Babs's face. Maybe go take a
Who
look
says
at some
I
of
don't keep up with you? I don't.
Well, that
I
was
can
to the
barely
art
keep up
thing.
with
You had the
myself.
look of. And then every other not every other Saturday, right now, second Saturdays, we've added a brand new once a month or more stream as I can get her online, where my moderator, Ava Lastari Stev, who's hanging out in the chat, comes and plays games with me. We're working on getting her camera up so that you can see her lovely, lovely face.
Nice.
Love you.
You can also follow me along on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and Patreon. By the way, the third week of the month is always the Patreon pick for the art streams.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you so much, Gleam. Next up, we have our very own dragon.
Hello, everybody. I'm stuck in this accent all night now. Don't you hate when that happens? Another wonderful, fun night that I would not have missed for the world because of these wonderful, wonderful pipples. Welcome to our newcomers.
The wonderful Pripples and Prebbles? Sorry.
Yes. Welcome to the newcomers. You did smashingly, I must say. Welcome to the family, and it's quite a family that you've come into. It's because of this wonderful family that I am able to tell you once more that Wednesdays, right here on Chaotic Tiefling, at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I am very fortunate to be the Dungeon Master of D&D Surprise Party. And several of these wonderful peoples right here, right now, are my players. And they know who they are, and you should know who they are too. So please come on by Wednesday, because we actually have a few big announcements to make with on Wednesday night.
Would you say they are
some
surprises?
very interesting things?
They are surprises.
Some surprises for a surprise party.
You're gonna make us wait till Wednesday?
Yep.
Yes.
I know what the announcement is, and yes, y'all have to come tune in on Wednesday.
I made all of these players wait 5 or 6 weeks until they finally knew who was playing.
This is true.
You're horrible, Dragon. You're horrible.
I did it.
Justin and Devin spring guests on us without telling us who they are. I feel your pain.
Yep.
Surprising you guys with Obo Lauren was the best day of my life.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good. Sorry.
So good. Anyways.
So there is that, and I love doing that, and I have the best players, so please come watch my players, because they do some great stuff. I also have, as you may have noticed in the chat a few times, I have some Shakes gear, as you might say. You can find my TeePublic shop with all sorts of Shakespeare-inspired stuff, many quotes inspired during the course of what streams may come, such as forsooth, which is rather apropos because we always drink when somebody says forsooth, so fortunately it's in a cup for Sarah. But
I have this lovely Naughty Violet shirt that's amazing.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm glad you love that. I try to have a little bit of sauciness. I can't do some stuff that is like just really right out there. Like, I don't think I will get away with the butt shaft. I'm sorry. Somebody's going to have to home make that one.
But we do have a fresh piece of excellent witchcraft.
We do. We have a fresh piece of excellent witchcraft.
I want a gentle them and a gamester, please.
A gentle them.
You also have to be written as.
We do.
Yes, I do.
We do have to be written ass. I just got my mug, my ass mug. I got it a couple days ago. It has ass right there on the mug.
Yes, I know. Thank you.
Tabs, could you for us?
And that's his ringing endorsement. Well, Finn is also the pitch man for my TeePublic shop.
Oh, he's got the hook out.
along with our wonderful Havork Rogue April.
All right.
So they do quite the work in pitching my wares.
He's got the hookins to make you good lookins, ladies and gentlemen.
I tries, but I do have also several D4 inspired shirts from various quotes and quips, other D&D inspired merch that you can find in T-shirts, in hoodies, in tank tops, because some people feel that sleeves are bullshit. And there's notebook there's notebooks, there's laptop covers. It's all sorts of stuff.
It's
Please
all
go
there.
check it
Get
out.
it on a
Go visit that.
Mask.
All the things.
Masks.
And the
All of it.
masks, yes, because
I can get fresh piece of excellent witchcraft on a mask.
You can.
that's right, you can. And it's just like this, although my green screen effect is kind of screwing it up right now. But the masks, you can get 4 masks at 20% off. And when there's a sale going on through the store, you get that on top of up to a 30% discount as well. So masks are still very important. If you go out, please wear one. And if you don't have one, I have them for sale. So get them. And that's pretty much it. You can find me on the Twitters at Draconic Verses. And I just started today a Twitter account for D&D Surprise Party.
Go follow it.
So go follow it. I wanted to try to look a little professional. I know, right? So who would have thought? But anyway, that's it. Thanks very much again for this wonderful, wonderful place. Jess, we love you. We missed you tonight. Feel better. And we will see you back here very, very soon.
She said she was going to bed, and that's
She was making a joke and you missed it.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, she's still hanging out in chat.
She's
Still
still
here.
in the chat. She has not gone to bed.
Anyways, thank you, Dragon. Love you, as always. Next up, the adjunct DM, Casey.
Hey, that's me. I'm Casey Williams, the adjunct GM. You can find me drinking and playing things over on Twitch at the adjunct GM and YouTube by the same name. We just finished up with some folks here tonight, Dragon and Sarah. Our very grim, very perilous, very dark and edgy game of The Witcher, which you can still find on Twitch and soon YouTube. They're laughing because they know, and you'll know soon too. But we will be moving on here in a couple weeks. I'm currently casting for our new adventure into Pokemon Tabletop Rollout. If you're interested in joining us in that, I would love to have you. So hit me up and we'll find a way to fit you in. It's going to be a good time. I'll also be tomorrow night on the Shared Experience channel over here on Twitch for an episode of Tales from the Tavern. So come by and ask us a bunch of questions. It's going to be a good time.
Awesome. Next up, we have Celine.
Aha, and I find my mute button, unlike I did earlier. That was fun. I think Goblin Katie infected me. I blame her.
She's infectious.
Okay, so I'm Celine. I'm so excited to be back as a part of What Streams May Come. And I got inspired to finally click that go live button myself. You can actually find me here on Twitch as Celine. You can find me on Twitter as Celine. That's probably where you're going to find most of the information on where I'm going to be. Right now, I'm still working on setting my schedule, but Wednesday, I think the plan is for me to be, thank you, Syndra. The plan is for Wednesday to be continuing my raft adventure with our very own Bigby's Hand from the Sunday Brunch Club on Utharian Legends tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.
Yes.
Eastern time.
Eastern time.
Yes.
Yes.
Where there's some great people also from this cast will be there tomorrow morning. So that's where I'll be with a mimosa in hand.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
But I love this community. I love the people. I'm glad I got to be a part of it. And yeah, that's it. I'm running out of words. I used them all in the book.
You've used
They're
them
gone.
all. You used so many words tonight. I'm just proud of you for getting that many out. All right.
It's a challenge.
Our Bardic Belle, Jess.
Hello, I am Other Jess, also known as Bardic Belle. You can find me on Twitter there. I have a Twitch channel, but I don't really use it. May or may not change in the future, but it's tax season, so don't count on it for a while. You can find me Thursday and Friday nights on the Slady's ATL channel. I am playing Arden Solovax, the master of the electric arts, etc., etc. From the Siren Song with Love, and in Hunt for the Heart Shards, I play your wonderful, ridiculous cleric Hannah, or G's or Beans.
Strong like tractor, smart like strong like tractor,
Strong like bull, smart like tractor.
Yeah, that one.
That one. She cursed in front of a librarian last time, and that was very upsetting to her. But anyway, yeah, follow me on Twitter if you want to know what I'm doing. I don't do a lot of Twitch stuff, but I do some theater things, and they kind of pop up randomly. So that's where you can find me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jess. And last but not least, a newcomer to our lovely family, Origami Shuriken.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me on. This was a lot of fun. I haven't done Shakespeare in about, I don't know, a couple decades. So it was nice to kind of jump back in. And you can find me on Twitter and occasionally on Twitch at Origami Shuriken. And tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern, and hopefully the next several Sundays as we dive into our final arc on the other doc channel of Ghosts of Saltmaw, which is Ghost of Salt Marsh in space using the Mage Hand Press Dark Matter setting. We are going off book for our final arc, and I am the station master, or the dungeon master, as you will. So yeah, tune in, and we'll see what crazy shenanigans they get up to over there. That's about it.
Fantastic.
Well, and because you and Jess are now doing more things,
we are.
Where can we find you?
Oh! I'm the Bloodhaven Bard, Finning Archer. You can find me on Twitter at Bloodhaven Bard, and you can find me doing many things over here on Chaotic Tiefling because I have a problem saying no. And apparently I can't ever get sleep anymore, so why bother? It doesn't even matter. But guys, we are so happy that you all joined us here tonight for our reading of Love's Labor's Lost. Just don't.
Okay.
Please tell others about the show, what streams may come, right here on Chaotic Tiefling. Our new schedule will be a monthly show, so join us here, April 17th, as we do something wicked and bring to you... I'm going to say it. Let's just say it. Macbeth! We're doing Macbeth, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't bang on the table.
I'm gonna. Anyways, yes, April 17th, we are doing...
Is this our first...
It's our first No, we did Romeo and Juliet. That's a tragedy.
That's true.
We have done tragedies, but here we come at you with a very epic one for Macbeth, April 17th.
We're doing Macbeth in space?
Is this a theater? Is this bad luck?
Can we make it a musical?
In a dressing room, we're fine.
Can we make it a musical somehow?
P.S. You clearly don't know me because we're doing Macbeth. We're doing Macbeth all
like
the times
Shrek.
Macbeth.
Anyways, however, if you find yourself in need of a Shakespeare fix in our absence, because we're not bi-weekly anymore, we are monthly, all of our previous episodes are uploaded on YouTube under Chaotic Tiefling ATL. There is also a link in chat. If you want to catch more of Finn and Jess outside of this weekend while she recovers, and we miss her dearly, our wonderful Lady of Shadows, Finn and Jess and Trieste and so many other people can be found every other Sunday, so tomorrow, at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, playing Utharian Legends with the Sunday Brunch Club right here on Chaotic Tiefling.
Featuring a special guest tomorrow, I am told.
Yes.
Indeed.
So please, toss a sub to your Twitchers and show some love to our dear friend, Babs the Bat, for producing this show. Without her hard work, we would not be able to share any of this with you. If you would like to connect with us, like I said, on Twitter, I am at Bloodhaven Bard. She is at Real Babs the Bat. And please keep Our Lady of Shadows with you. You can find her at Jessica Skell.
Until the next show, be good to yourself and be good to each other. We will all get through this and back under the stage lights once more.
Give us your hands if we be friends.
We love you.
We'll miss you.
Till it's showtime again. Good night, everybody.